lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, ha, not fucking likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains, I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things, gonna make a fucking name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain, I just wanna be greatness. 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 Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent, and it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots, if I miss, oh, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. Bad energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking fight me. Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the AngelOfThyNight Radio, and I am your host, Lord Rick. And today's show is our Farewell to Jackson from downtown, live in Jackson, California, that is. It's going to be a very special show I got planned. I figured with Father's Day and all, what would be better than to do a show on Father's Day combined with my Farewell to Jackson, as I finally get to leave this hillbilly community, as some would call it. Our show, is basically going to be going to another level. I have a lot of new show ideas for the future. Actually, if you look back, we've been doing shows for about 12 months now, so I think that deserves a good pat on the back. And, like Mike Digital says, some of the most classic shows are when I was pre-recording them back then, about a year ago, when it sounded like I was actually on the moon or doing a lunar landing. But anyways, I always enjoy doing the show. It's something that I've grown into. It never matters what anybody thinks, because the thing is, when you do radio, all the people that usually are not your fans turn out to be your fans, and the people who are your fans actually turn away because the show is very appalling to some people. I don't believe in censorship. I like to keep my shows very open-minded. I love when people call in. I love when people ask questions. And, that just allows everybody to contribute and to call it their show as well. But anyways, it's been over a year since I've been doing the show. Give or take, I started it back then before June, and here we are, it's June, and we're still going strong. As you've heard, or some of you have heard that have been tuning into my paranormal organization, and some of my groups and some of the fans reading my blogs and things like that, I will be leaving Jackson tomorrow and heading out to the big city and capital of California, Sacramento. This is something that I look forward to doing because, as much as I kind of shunned away from the city life, the city life is also something beneficial to a group like mine that I run, being that I'm a paranormal investigator and being that I'm into the exploration. There's plenty of abandoned places out in Sacramento. There's plenty of adventures surrounding it. As far as Jackson, I'll probably stay pretty clear of this town for a while. I have no plans on ever living here. I have no plans of ever even really visiting. I mean, I will visit to do a few places that I found to explore, but, I mean, what's that tell you when you're only willing to visit for a few minutes or a couple hours? You know, it's just the type of town it is. Life in Jackson is probably about 10 years behind as your normal town in this country. I mean, in this town, it's full of people that are wiggers. I mean, you don't see that anymore. People are really not up to date with things out here. Hell, they don't even have a super Walmart. They got a regular Walmart, but super Walmart is non-existent. Just like the town's been picketing against a Home Depot. But yet everybody complains there's no jobs here. And, you know, Home Depot is something that generates jobs because people that need jobs, such as people just getting out of school and stuff, you know, Home Depot is the perfect place to get employed through. Most of downtown Jackson is closing. Most of downtown is turning into a ghost town, with gas prices rocketing over $5 a gallon, with most jobs around here paying minimum wage because you don't really have that many businesses. It's a really difficult town to live in, and you know, I've spent a couple months being homeless in this town. I've seen all sides of it. I've been on the streets. I've camped. I've driven through the whole entire town, which is probably made up of about 100 streets. You know, and it's something that had hurt me. It's something that I won't regret. I've learned a lot from it. And I know people, you know, we had some guy that said, okay, well, you know, I'll donate, go get a job, blah, 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 blah. And what a lot of people don't realize is that, you know, when you're on the streets, you know, you sit there and you have $4,000 in your hands to get a house, and the landlords don't like you because they're like, hey, you're a fucking outsider. You don't fucking belong in this town. You know, you're not going to get nowhere. You're just going to get robbed left and right. And, you know, that's a part of my past that I'm going to push behind me. When I go to Sacramento, our radio show is going to be taken to a whole new level. We'll obviously have a lot more people from Sacramento tuning on in. I treat every show as if thousands are listening because regardless whether there's 5 of you listening, 20 of you listening, if I take all those listeners over the years and, you know, our show doesn't just go on Now Live. Now Live, actually, their statistics are off. But we forward our show to a lot of different people. And each show, you know, we get, it could be 1,000 listeners between them listening to our little webcast through our other services that we provide. But anyways, you know, I wanted to get that out of the way. I wanted to say farewell, Jackson. The show's being done right now live from Jackson. Of course, you know, it's Father's Day and everybody's hiding inside in Jackson. It's like a ghost town here. Of course, Lord Rick, he's on the streets, and he's bringing you the story. But, you know, it's really amazing the way this town is. And, you know, when I used to sit there and do my radio shows, I used to make a lot of Florida jokes about the Hicks and about a lot of different people up in Florida. You know, I used to say, hey, these people are crackheads and everything else. But, see, Jackson is like a miniature Florida. You never think of it, but just take Florida and put it at an elevation of 1,200 feet, and that's what you goddamn get. You got miniature fucking Florida in Jackson. And, you know, I've done a lot of different things in this town. You know, I have stuck around long enough to deliver justice, and I have delivered justice this week. I have gotten a volunteer fired. I'm about to get the county worker fired. And all those people responsible for being discriminatory and favoriting, actually, I wouldn't say favoritism. It's more like, we don't fucking like your beliefs. We don't like the way you fucking look. Fuck you and your kids. Get the fuck on the streets. That's what it is. But anyways, I've served justice to about every person that's wronged me in this town, and I'm about to pack my bags and I'm about to go. I stuck it out long enough to give people what they deserve. And, you know, there are some things I've done I won't mention on my show, but I'll tell you what, some people got what they had coming to them. don't fuck with the Lord. That's what I always say, right? But anyways, I spent about a week out in Indian Rock, actually a few days, and that's just kind of funny. This is beautiful country. If you're into wilderness and you're into mountains and things, this is the place to visit. And I would never stop anybody who listens to my show from visiting here or showing them around. There are some really fucking cool-ass places in California. But sitting here in California and, living in Jackson, it's like you don't want to live here. You just want to pass by and fucking have a brew and go on your way. But I've accomplished a lot. I actually met the vice president of a motorcycle club in Amador County, and I actually had a brew with him last week ago. I mean, imagine that, the Lord sitting down with a motorcycle group. How about that? So other things that happened too, like last weekend I went out. The only thing they got going on in Jackson is the National. So I went out, and I had a room a couple days at the National. It's this old, historic, haunted hotel, really old. I mean, nothing works in the rooms. Some of the rooms have no air conditioning. It's 105 degrees every day in California, hot as fucking hell. I hate the sun. I hate the heat. I'd rather live in a goddamn fucking cave, to be honest with you. It stays cold all year long. Just you can't hang pictures up. So what the fuck? But at least you stay cool. So I'm sitting here at the National. I got a room for the weekend, and a couple weeks before that I had a room, and I had some blonde that told me I'm in charge of her key. It was like, the hell I am in charge of your key. I'm in charge of your fucking bed, too. But anyways, the girl was all drunk and passed out on the stairs, and this weekend wasn't really like that. This weekend, I partied like a fucking rock star. I went to the National, hung out with bikers, I'm fucking dancing the fucking heavy metal music. I got the DJ I made friends with. He's playing Pink Floyd and all kinds of songs that I fucking like. I got girls shaking their fucking ass in my face. I'm thinking, yeah, this is fucking Jackson. Every fucking weekend, it's the same 20 people that hang at the National. It's like, is there any new fucking girls here? And, it's funny, because the one girl looks really fucking hot, and I'm sitting there thinking, God, I want to bang that chick. Well, next day comes around, I'm sitting there having a beer at the bar, bartender slips me a beer here and there. She's like, hey, you're fucking homeless. It's like, why lie? I'm homeless. Give me a beer, That's all you got going for you sometimes. So I'm sitting here drinking a brew, and the fucking girl comes in, I'm thinking, God, this girl must be all cracked out and shit. Well, sure enough, the next day, I'm walking down the hall. She thinks I work there, and she's got this deep voice. Little petite girl, she's like 5 foot tall. Her hair's past her ass. You're thinking, baby. And all of a sudden, a man's fucking voice came out of that. And I said, what the fuck? Is this what Jackson's about? If you even want to hear something worse, I met a goddamn bearded lady a couple months ago. My first piece of ass in fucking California was a goddamn bearded lady. And I swear to God, man, I mean, I am not lying to you. It was already too late. I was getting my groove on, I was having a good time, and I reached around to feel her face, and I felt fucking facial hair. I said, what the fuck? This girl here, I mean, she had bristles on her arms. She's like, you fucking do a body fucking shaving, lady? Is that what you fucking do? So anyways, Jackson, it's one of these weird places. Like, they used to have a mine, one of the deepest mine shafts in the country. I guess it went to 6,000 feet. Well, there was an explosion. People died. People got buried. I mean, the town itself, is it cursed? I don't fucking know. It seems to me, I call it a death trap. Every time I'm out here, I'm just like, oh, man, welcome to the fucking death trap. Because that's just the type of town it is. Once you get stranded, it's hard to get fucking out. But anyways, we're going to take a break for about 30 seconds, and I'm going to go to a different part of Jackson right now. It won't take me 30 seconds to do it, but when I do my shows live downtown, I like to take you to different parts of downtown as I'm doing them. Just like actually about 2 weeks ago, that was quite a show, being that it was 300 minutes long. I had fucking mountain lions hunting my ass down. I said, what the fuck? I'm almost downtown Jackson. I got mountain lions ready to eat my ass. And then, of course, the next day I went out for a night walk to get myself something to drink. And I'm walking past down the road, and all of a sudden, like 4 bobcats get ready to fucking jump my ass. And, of course, I'm telling the guy, he's with me, and he's like, I'm scared of the bobcats. I'm like, I'll take them bitches on with my bare hands. I don't care. What the fuck? I mean, what else exciting happens in Jackson? You know what's exciting? Taking on a bobcat. It's like, all it is a big pussy cat. What the hell? You know, it can't be any worse than the cat I have now. So he says, no, he starts running the other way, you know. But me, I'm ready to fight some bobcats. I'm like, I want to kick that bobcat's ass. And because, you know, something's got to give. I got to make the news here before I leave, you know. But anyways, we're going to go for a break for 30 seconds, give you a little something to think about, and then I'll continue on with my Farewell to Jackson special radio episode. And this is Lord Rick of AngelOfThyNight Radio. Where's back? What's your question? I guess some people don't have many questions for me today, but anyways, we were on break. I actually took us to a different part of Jackson. I know it's quite a small town, isn't it, when you can go from one side to the other in like 30 seconds. But anyways, this is a really unique show that we got going on. Hopefully we'll get sponsored in the near future. We won't always be doing our shows on Now Live. We will try to do our shows elsewhere. Yeah, look at them fucking Harleys. That's what Jackson's known for, Harley Davidson. It's a shame that most people can't be cool like that around here. But anyways, my farewell to Jackson has been nothing but the best. If some of you have paid attention to our previous episodes, you know that what happened was that a few weeks ago I was going to go up to Sacramento, and I was going to get housing up there. And what happened is my car had broke down, and I had it towed to this big field. You know, and it's one of these fields like if you took a lighter, the whole field would start on fire, because in California, they don't get goddamn rain. It's always blue skies, 100 degrees. It's fucking hot as hell. I go through like 10 Gatorades a day. And don't forget, AngelOfThyNight Radio sponsors Gatorade. Sponsor a lot of other things too, like Penthouse and Playboy and everything else under the sun and moon and stars. But anyways, I sat there, you know, I fucking waited 3 weeks for a part. The part never came, different excuses all the time. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like, can I get any more stranded than this, stuck in Jackson? How bad could it possibly get? Oh, it was bad. So anyways, I get the part, and I sit there yesterday in about 105 degrees, and I put the fucking part in. You know, by the time I got the car fixed, I'm too tired to drive the goddamn car. You know, I'm sitting there, I'm stumbling all along. I look like I'm fucking drunk. It's like, God, I'm going to get pulled over for a DUI. So anyways, I parked the car at a hotel today, and I go and I pull up to one of these car wash places to get the car vacuumed, because people fear me so much. They fear the Lord that they turned around and they busted all the glass out of my car while it sat overnight in a parking lot. And it's like, you fear me that much that you got to bust some windows? Come on now. Are these people serious? Back in my day, we don't bust windows out. We just light the gas tank and boom. You know, that's what we do. We say fuck the windows. At least they could have done was made a nice explosion out of my car. Thing's a piece of shit. Now that all they did was bust out the windows, that just means more bullshit I got to fix, because this goes, that goes. So I fixed the car, and I'm sitting there, and I'm backing out my car, you know, and I'm like, fuck this. I want a goddamn Gatorade. So I'm going to the store. Well, guess who pulls behind me? Jackson PD, America's finest. But don't tell anybody. All the cops in Jackson are rejects from San Francisco. You know, they're like the type that get fired and then they come out here and they get employed. And I heard this from a few people. Some very well-renowned Jackson residents have told me this, actually. And I laugh. So, you know, every time a cop pulls me over, I'm like, what qualifies you to be an officer of the law? I mean, after all, you know, all these officers do is drive around in the mountains all day, and you know they're smoking weed. You know they're smoking marijuana. I'm in the wrong goddamn business. I shouldn't be in the paranormal business. I should be a fucking cop. Sitting there with my fucking radar gun, a fucking joint in my mouth, and just being like, I am Jackson's finest. I am Lord Rick. You know, so sitting there, and the cop pulls me over. He says, did you know your registration's expired and you got no back window? Did I fucking know? Yeah, I know. I just vacuumed up all the fucking glass, officer. So he goes, I'm not going to ticket you this time. He goes, because I'm going to be understanding. You know, you should fucking be understanding. It's Father's Day and my son's standing next to me. If you want to be fucking understanding, go fucking pull somebody else over. Make sure it's one of these fucking cunts that almost hit me the other day. Speaking of cunts, my son and I were walking. This is about a week ago. Some fucking girl's on her cell phone. Hot as hell, you know. It's like she's a redhead. She's the type, you know, you fucking do her on the hood of her car. You're thinking, hey, man, this is one of these hidden jewels in Jackson. Fine-ass bitch. Turn around. Girl's not paying attention. Almost clipped my son. Almost clipped me. Guy that was with me says to her, hey, watch where you're fucking going. She stops her car. I'm like, oh, here we go. Window rolls down. Pretty ass fucking girl, you know. You're like, cinnamon, baby, cinnamon. Well, this girl turns around and says, fuck you, you know, and she's all telling us off. I'm like, I got my fucking son here, man. Have a little consideration, lady. And then I got mad, and I said, you're a fucking cunt. That's the no-no of all words to call a female. And I don't do that too often, but that was a cunt. No other way around it. I don't care what anybody says. You almost hit my son. You're on your cell phone and don't pay attention. Your ass deserves to be fucking whooped. Put you to a post and whoop you. So anyways, the girl starts swearing and calling us all these fucking names in a book, drives off, parks at her house on the hill, her fine-ass fucking $1,500 mortgage a month or whatever it is, and her mouth's still fucking going. And this has not just happened once, but I've almost been hit at least 6 times in Jackson. I'm a pedestrian, and my kids and I have almost been hit because we had to walk everywhere because we had no car. So people, you know, they fucking almost hit us, and they give us the finger. My son gets the fucking finger, but they almost hit him when the pedestrian lights up on there and it says, you can walk. It says, walk, please. Well, some guy almost hit us the other day, and he's giving us the fucking finger. He's making a right turn. It's our right of way. These people got something wrong in the head with them. So, maybe I am in the wrong field. Maybe what I need to do, I need to become a police officer. A smoking and token police officer. And they're out there. And they're America's finest cops. So anyways, you know, that's pretty much it for Jackson. I mean, I spent a long time here, you know. I mean, I've been down here a couple months. I've done the party scene, you know. Girls, I don't think, the only fucking Jackson girl that I had was a bearded fucking woman. But it's strange how that works out, you know. It's like, god damn, this town has the most finest girls in the country. I mean, there's like, for every one guy, there's 3 hot women in this town. And the thing is about these Jackson girls is, you know, you'll be walking on the street, and you'll see some fucking fine-ass 19, 20-year-old blonde, you know, short skirt, all ladylike, and she'll be walking down the street, and she's with fucking John Boy, and Tom Boy, and this boy, and that boy. And pretty soon you're thinking, what the fuck? Is that all I get is sloppy leftovers? Oh, man. It's like the fucking girl. I got this little local prostitute. Her name's Brittany, you know, sells her ass everywhere she fucking goes. It's like, hey, $20 blowjob. It's the best in the world. I'm like, the best in the fucking world? I'd rather blow my fucking self, lady. You got fucking shit around your fucking mouth. I'm scared, you know? Well, this fucking girl goes, the police department has a camera on the bathrooms across the Pekovich Park. Well, this girl takes a guy to the bathrooms, you know, and she's fucking around with the guy, goes and takes him in the woman's bathroom or whatever. Well, the thing is that the police, they raid the fucking bathrooms, you know, arrest the guy, but they don't arrest the prostitute. How fucked up is that? It's like, you see that this girl took this dude in the woman's bathroom. Now, obviously, if they held hands and they went in there together, there's some fucking going on here. There's some serious fucking going on. So anyways, you know, this is the type of shit. And I run into the prostitute. Well, see, the prostitute came up to me one night and shook my hand. I'm like, all right, yeah, I don't really want to shake your hand. Well, the prostitute shakes my hand. She says, I'm Brittany. Yeah, you're a fake fucking blonde with black fucking eyebrows. Something's fucked up about that. And, of course, right now we have a car pulling up on me. This is good. This is real good. Okay, we're live in Jackson. Here's what we got going on. I'll have to walk away here. I'll tell you, man, if these people knew I was running a radio show live, they wouldn't be doing the shit they're doing right now. We have a 4x4 truck that came in a back alleyway of this mattress company is about to steal some furniture. This is good. Welcome to Jackson, folks. Only in Jackson. So anyways, I'm observing these people right now. This is good. I guess they don't care some tattoo guys on the phone. They think I'm on a normal call. But see, little do they know that this is live on the air, AngelOfThyNight radio. So anyways, this prostitute finds out I'm homeless. Now she don't look at me because she thinks she ain't getting no money out of me. It's like, lady, I ain't got no fucking money, but I got the power of the Lord. And see, people get a little confused, you know, because they start thinking, man, this guy thinks he's Jesus Christ and shit. I may not be Jesus Christ, but I am a Lord. Call me Lord of what? Lord of son of a bitch? Whatever you want to call me, I don't fucking care. I am who I am, and that's it, you know. But living on the streets has taught me a lot. Like one night when I was in Jackson, I was introduced to all the homeless people, and they all crowded around me like I was God and patting me on the back and everything else. They're like, you're a goddamn good man, Lord Rick. You're a goddamn good man. Because I was sitting there, I was breaking laws and stuff, trying to get people food and all that, you know. I was like their savior, man. The savior of the homeless people in Jackson. And people are sitting there, you know, they're shaking my fucking hand. and everything else. It's like I had these fucking two guys, and they were staying in this commercial building. I get these two fucking guys kicked out because I know there were two guys that had something to do with my car. I get the two guys fucking kicked out. One night I'm fucking walking, you know, I'm downtown, and there's like a group of 8 guys, and they surround me. All of a sudden the dude fucking shakes my fucking hand, and he says, "You're one badass fucking dude." And that's the power of the Lord. But anyways, that's just the type of stuff that goes on in Jackson. And I compare it to Florida because everybody's got fucking trucks. You're not cool unless you got a truck. And of course, you know, back they're 10 years back, so down here, everything's 10 years behind. So, you know, everything's closed at 10 o'clock at night. Hell, make it 8 o'clock at night. Weekends, there's no auto shops open, so you better be prepared to do your own car work. Everything closes early, you know. You'll find crackheads out past 10 p.m., which is a joke in itself because, you know, I'll tell you what, I'm a pothead all the way. But I'll never resort to crack or anything like that because I'll tell you, when I smoke my smoke, I'm flying, I'm in heaven, and that's all I need. I don't know about you, but a pothead all the way. And I'm a proud sponsor of marijuana. And, of course, you know, in the past, people have tried to shut us down because they're like, oh, you talk about marijuana. Well, you know, sad to say, but it's about to be legalized in this country. Actually, it's not sad. It's very true. And they're very close to legalizing it because so many people are doing it. Here in Jackson, every person I've met smokes it. People for the county. County workers are smoking it. Cops are smoking it. Cops fighting on you, they don't even fucking care. It's like, whatever, man, at least it's not hard shit. Because there's nothing you can do. You put it in the ground, you plant it, you pick it, you dry it up, you smoke it. Nothing added. It's that cut and fucking dry. And anybody who says you're a bad paranormal investigator because you smoke marijuana, fuck you. I'm a good paranormal investigator. You know what? I haven't done no paranormal investigations in a few months, but I could tell you what I have done. I've gone to a lot of local places around in Jackson on foot to see how safe they are. So that next year when I come to these places on foot, I know what to expect. I can sit here and take urban explorers into these places and say, hey, man, this place is this place is that, and it's all good. So you see, everything has its benefits, even living on the streets. And, of course, you know, a lot of people don't understand what it is like to be homeless, what it's like to have money in your hands and not have a house available because they don't build enough houses in Jackson, or to have your car break down and be stranded for 3 weeks, blow all your money on hotels. But I'll tell you where the biggest party is, the National Hotel and Inn. And, of course, you want to hear a funny story. My last day at the National, I was taking my cat out. Well, I put my cat in a backpack. He's peeking his fucking head through the zipper, looking at the late bartender. Bartender, when I get back in the bar to fucking hand over my key, she says, we have a no-pet policy here. And that's what she said to the hillbilly the other day that was sitting in the fucking bar with this fucking 300-pound fucking dog. I guess if you got a dog, it's all right. But if you got a little pussy cat, you better watch it. That pussy cat just might scare everybody at the hotel away, you know. Baby. So anyways, you know, it's just, Jackson is just one of these towns you just don't want to visit. You know, you come in and you leave. Pussy all looks good here. Too bad you can't land the pussy because the pussy lands you. See, that's the whole thing people don't understand. This town's like cursed. And everybody in it is almost like cursed. And if you're an outsider, they ask where you're from, they're no longer your friend. They're like, oh, you're from Florida or New York? No, we can't be friends, man. This ain't cool. It doesn't matter if you smoke the same bud they smoke. It doesn't matter how good you are in fucking bed. You could be the next fucking Ron Jeremy with a fucking 12-inch fucking dick in Jackson. And you could flash it to these girls and they'll be like, baby. And then all of a sudden these girls are like, but before we do this, where are you from? So you gotta lie. You gotta say, hey, I was born and raised in Jackson just to get a piece of ass around here. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, that's pretty much the logistics of this town. We're going to go on break for another 30 seconds. Every time I go on break, someone always calls in, and they're like, hello, is anybody there? Whoever the lady was that called in, you can call back in. Don't be shy. Angel of Thy Night.
Summer, I watch the days drawing, the pale light so full of questions, I cannot move on. 3 years of sinking slowly, I can't take another day. I would give anything to there's nothing worth believing anymore. There is no place I haven't been before. The little things that matter passed away and leave our garden fragrant with decay. Just empty space inside now, under the barren trees. Your absence fills the silence, and your voice still haunts my dreams. I can't find a sense of purpose, I can't seem to get a hold. I can't find my peace of mind, it leaves me feeling cold. So
And back, live, raw, and in the flesh. Well, I hope not in the flesh, because if I was in the flesh out here, let me tell you something. Jackson PD would take me in. But speaking of live in the flesh, last week ago, when I was at the National, it was a Friday night, I'm sitting on the porch of the National Hotel. I'm sitting there, I'm smoking a cigar, I got fucking Miller in one hand. I'm living it up. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to get fucking laid. Bye-bye, fucking Jackson. I'm sitting there, you know, I'm drinking, I'm smoking, I'm enjoying myself. All of a sudden I look to my left. Some cracked out bitch lifts her top up, starts shaking her fucking titties. I'm like, oh. I'm like, this can't be happening, man. Jackpot. You know, I mean, what guy's not going to look? If you ain't looking at tits, something's wrong with you, because it's like a train wreck. You have to look when it's in your face. So this girl, you know, she's shaking her tits in my fucking face. This girl gets out in the streets, and all the guys are cheering around like, woo, woo, you know, fucking, there's some guy, Yosemite Sam or whatever the fuck his name is. You know, he's like 80 years old. He's like, go, baby, go. You know, this girl's like fucking starts taking her panties off and spanking her ass and shit. And she's in the middle of fucking Main Street, downtown Jackson. Now, keep in mind, there's only 3 bars. One, a bunch of young punks hang at, and Santa Claus. The other one, the crackheads hang out, and then the National is just a mix of people. But you know, you get your bikers that come in and stuff. Well, this girl comes out of the National, starts stripping down in the street. She's fucking bare-ass naked. I see ass, I see pussy, I see tits, I see it all right in front of my eyes. I'm like, cha-ching, 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 you know, guys are throwing money. These underage kids were hanging out stealing her money from her tips. Cops are driving by, and every time a cop drove by, she'd cover up real quick. Well, this girl here starts dancing on some 300-pound dude's lap outside, you know, and he's feeling her tits, and this dude starts a fight with my friend. My friend called the cops. You know, he's like, I got a girlfriend. I can't, if she finds out, she's going to kill me. It's like, come on, man. You know, for once in your life, you see a pair of real tits, your girlfriend ain't got no tits. This girl's, you know, she's standing there butt naked in the road, and of course the DJ, you know, he quickly grabbed her clothes and threw them in a garbage can, and she started a fight with the bouncer's girlfriend, and the girlfriend's like on the steps, they're trying to hold her back. She pushed the bouncer into me. All right, this girl's like pumped up on crack. I mean, you know what she looked like? I'll tell you what she looked like. The Incredible Hulk with white skin. Okay, so, you know, you can't call her mean green. You can't. But anyways, this girl looked like the fucking Hulk. She was all gritting her fucking teeth. She's like, it's my birthday, you know. And she's fucking, I mean, all of a sudden she gets up in my face and she grabs my fucking cock. Takes her fucking hand and slaps it between my legs and like, you're my man. I'm like, I can't wait to go to Sacramento, baby. You know, I'm going to go to Sacramento, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit some of those underground vampire clubs. I'm going to have one girl sucking on my neck, and one girl, well, we won't go there. But anyways, that's what's going to happen to the Lord. None of this fucking Jackson stuff. I'm bigger than Jackson. Hell, you're bigger than Jackson. All my listeners are bigger than Jackson. We're the fucking bomb. So anyways, this girl's fucking stripping naked, and the guys all dared her to do something. She tore off her clothes completely, and all of a sudden, Jackson Police Department pulls behind her. She don't see him, and when she turns around, stark fucking naked in front of the cop, didn't even read her right, just threw her in the cop car, came back like 10 minutes later, so you know he got a blowjob off of that. He's like, oh, I'll just fucking have this girl blow me, and then I'll just drop her off around the fucking corner, make it seem like I'm actually doing my job. Jackson's finest, at its best. So anyway, say what? You know, if people are going to call in, at least you could do is ask me a question.
Give 2 dudes a DJ.
Oh, I can't understand you, man. I'm high. But anyways, the thing is what a lot of people don't realize is that sometimes I do my show from my phone.
I got your ass. Ha-ha!
Oh, this is good. This is going to be one of these shows, huh? Interesting. Anyways, guess where I'm standing right now, folks? I am standing at the Amador Tulumne Community Action Agency. And here's the thing about the Community Action Agency. What they like to do is employ morons. And those morons like to play the game of call in when you try to get a job and tell you you're not qualified, so that way you stay on the streets. Well, the thing is, I ran into the girl that works for the agency. Yeah, she's at the park and her fucking back's turned. And I walk slowly past her, real slow. And she jumps like a fucking mile. I'm like, yeah, you look at my face, because that's the last face you're going to see as you're an employee of the county. You know? This girl tries to tell me, you know, she's like, your son has ADHD. You are the fuck out of here. Yeah, right, lady. You just can't fucking handle us in your fucking home. But anyways, you know, Jackson's that type of funny town, like I said. If you don't show a birth certificate from here, they're going to pick on you left and right. And they're going to pick on you worse than people pick on me on my radio show or online. That's the whole funny thing. And if you could survive that, you could survive anything. And, of course, hence why I've done a lot of camping in the foothills. So if people ever have any wilderness questions about some of the things that are out there, I could tell you what's out there. You got wolves, you got coyotes, you got fucking black bear. I haven't seen no grizzlies, but I heard those are up there. There was a black bear a few weeks ago that ate some guy. It's like, Jesus Christ, I'm in the fucking hills here? Some guy got eaten? And, of course, funny story happened to me earlier this week. I woke up one morning, found all my Snicker bars eaten.
Hello?
Found my Yo, what's up? All my Snicker bars eaten. You're live on AngelOfThyNight Radio. What's your question?
What?
What's your question?
Yo, this is Dan LaRouche.
Okay. You're in a band?
Yo, this is Dan LaRouche.
Okay. That's cool. What kind of music?
Now can I get my goddamn wallet, you piece of shit?
Well, Mike Digital, looks like we're going to have to do some serious banning.
I swear.
Oh, we can... Don't swear. Do I look like the Pope to you? I ain't the fucking Pope. But I am the Lord. And I'm glad you called in.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
No, I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't do that. This is my show. I'll never shut the fuck up. So now what?
What? You stuttering? You all right?
It's pretty funny how people could talk 1,000 miles away to somebody. But here's the whole thing.
My name's Dan.
You have to make me shut up, and that's just not going to happen.
I believe somebody had this number, found it, and they left a message on my answering machine.
Oh, well, you know, I'm a homeless guy, not a thief. I suggest if your wallet's missing, that you go ahead and you just call another fucking number, man.
Yeah, your wife's panties are in there.
Do I look like the police? This ain't the police department, but I can give you the number, the Jackson PD. That might help you. Would you like that number? 209-223-1771.
Oh, this is Dan
Jackson
LaRouche.
Police Department. Okay. Do you want us to promote your music? Because if you do, you're going to have to email me personally.
My name's Dan. I got to call back. I lost a wallet.
Okay. Well, the Lord can't help you with that one. So, goodbye.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Anyways,
don't swear.
As I was saying about Jackson, since it's a Farwell to Jackson episode, this girl sitting there, you know, we were talking about this girl who was fucking running stark naked across the streets, you know, and my friend, he goes up to her and, you know, he's like trying to find her shoes and handing her money and all this other shit. And the bouncer, he tells the bouncer, he goes, I got a girlfriend and I'm getting married. Yo.
Hi. I'm calling because, hi. You know, the people making all the noises, like that guy, I don't know who that guy was. Very annoying. But, anywho, how are you doing?
Actually, I couldn't be better. I'm on my way to Sacramento tomorrow.
I know, I'm so happy about that. Finally.
I've worked quite hard to get my vehicle fixed.
I know. But I'm so happy you finally got that part in.
Oh, well, the thing was,
who's that guy? Who's that guy?
The part came from my buddy of mine from a dealership, and he ended up buying like a pound of marijuana and screwed me over and waited a week to send me the part.
Wow.
Can you believe that? So I sat there, all because of people's mistakes. I've been dealing with this on the streets.
Yeah, I know how it is, you know. People's mistakes.
You know, and my car, of course, I wouldn't leave my car in Jackson because if I did, people would be sleeping in it, drinking in it. So I turned around and, you know, I fixed it yesterday, and then today I was pulled over by the police. On Father's Day. And the police officer, you know, he's all like, you know, California state law, you got to have a back window. I said, well, if you were doing your job, my window wouldn't have been broke to begin with. So, you know, so the guy let it go and all that, but that's how it is in Jackson. It's not like where you live. This small town life up here, they got the click going on.
Yeah. Well, this is a crappy town too. I don't know, like I don't know about Northern California, but you know, it really sucks. I was looking online, and you know that this place with hauntings. I couldn't find anything for Jackson. It's like that crappy. I found one UFO sighting.
Probably have a very nice ass as well.
Okay. Anywho, I found one UFO sighting for Jackson. It's like horrible, and it's like really crappy too. Let me see if I can find it.
Well, I'll tell you why you didn't find nothing on the internet. It's probably because none of it's been investigated.
You know what a C-ring is?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I will end up doing a lot of Jackson, but as a tourist, not as a resident here. I don't even consider myself a resident of this town because I came here and I've stayed all over different parts of California, camping and hotels and stuff. So, I mean, it's the type of town you don't want to be stranded in, and that's what happened. And now my car is operable, and I got it all packed for tomorrow, and I'm just going to go. So.
Yeah, that's good.
And of course, the radio show will be great doing it from Sacramento. We'll have, you know, we'll have a whole new look on everything.
Yeah, Sacramento.
Well, I don't. Well, the thing is, I'm going to be doing a hotel program this week, and what they do is they put you in a hotel for a week, so you can get on your feet. And then meanwhile, while I'm doing the hotel program, I have this transitional housing program where they'll put me in a house temp to perm. So, and you know, of course, it's going to be hard the next few months because I got to sit here and I got to look for housing and my own place and stuff. But at least this way, I won't be on the streets anymore, and I'll be able to do my paranormal investigation soon and everything else. So it's really good. But due to my last few radio shows I've done, I ran up a $500 bill, so I wasn't too happy about that. You know, because it's yeah, AT&T. If you call before 7 p.m. and you do like a show for 3 hours, it's heavy overages because I don't get my free minutes till 7 and on. Little did I know that. Here I am, you know, a paranormal investigator and everything else, and I get so excited to do my show, I call in early, and it ended up costing me $500. So I don't know if I'm going to run any more shows for a couple months. I might end up going with a Metro PCS type of phone to do the show. You know, but I mean, things are definitely going better on my end. I mean, obviously, you know, doing the show tonight is my way of, you know, showing that things have gone better. And, of course, the people doing the sound effect, the only reason why they're doing the sound effect is because they don't know what good entertainment is. They don't understand. They just don't get it.
I know. It's cool. Yeah, it's going to get better.
But, oh, yeah, and as far as you said there was one UFO sighting out here, well, there are a lot other...
If I read it to you, it's like the crappiest thing in the world. Okay, oh, I just lost the page. Here it is. Jackson, okay? It's like the crappiest thing, and it says, one sec. It says UFO alien, and it's taking forever to load. Here it is. It's happened April 29, 2006. For 25 minutes. Like, this is a big deal or something. There's a story, a link you can follow. It says, a star-like object developed a circle of light, moved a great distance rapidly, then released other smaller objects with flashing white. That's it. Like, one report. Like, I have more reports. I have, like, tens of thousands of reports for where I live, and on Jackson has, like, one little report from 2006.
I'm very surprised because, see, Jackson is very woodsy, and you have miles of mountains.
There should be more.
There should be.
They're probably too busy being jerks to notice anything.
Well, see, I had posted a personal ad on Craigslist And some girl writes me back, and she says, I'll take you to a place where you can see UFOs and Sasquatch sightings. I said, well, that's fine. I said, let's go for it. And the girl kept pushing me off and pushing me off. It's like nobody around here wants to talk about the paranormal activity that goes on within the town. A lot of the structures here are from 1850s, and a lot of them are haunted from what I hear. But nobody wants to discuss it. Nobody will talk about it in this town. They're all very hidden and very ashamed of the paranormal. And, of course, you know, you got a lot of ignorance here, too. Very religious town.
Keep an open mind.
Oh, shit, man.
Yeah.
It's bad. You have to keep an open mind for that.
This town's not open-minded. I mean, it's acceptable to do your, you know, people smoke crack, people are drinking and driving. They almost hit me one day. That's the type of town it is, but when you sit there and you say paranormal, people are like, what is paranormal? Or it's the opposite. Everybody's got a story to tell, but nobody will show me anything. You know? It's just the type of town Jackson is. And, you know, it's the reason why this town's famous is because it had the deepest mine shafts in the country, may even be the whole world. And a lot of people don't know this, but the Kennedy mine brought in millions of dollars. They have 13 mines surrounding this town, and I've been to a few. I went and made out with some girl from Stockton back by one of them, and we had a good time. But that's how it is around here. It's all mines, and back in the day, these miners would sit there and go downtown and have a brew in the 1800s, and then eventually when the men started dying, so the mine started closing and the town started to die. And now the town's almost dead. I mean, you got about 5 to 7,000 in this area, and all these people are just so ignorant. None of them have even left Jackson. You talk to them, you're like, have you been to Sacramento? Have you been to this town, that town? They're like, where is it? What are you talking about?
Oh, crap.
Because they don't have the means out here that they do in other towns. Now, Sacramento is an open-minded city. You have vampire clubs, gothic clubs, cemeteries, a lot of them. I mean, even though the cemeteries are really old up here in Jackson, I mean, there are some old ones on hills and stuff. None of them have been investigated.
That's really...
Now, I know a lady who takes pictures of, at one of the mines, she takes ghost pictures at. And I've talked to her. And she's an amateur photographer. You know, she's an amateur. She takes pictures of orbs and apparitions and things. But she's missing, you know, what she's missing is a team. You got to have a team when you go in and you do this.
Yeah, and that's,
you know,
yeah, you really need to have something. Someone to back you up. You can't really...
Hello, what's your question?
What?
Somebody said hello. Welcome to AngelOfThyNight Radio. What's your question?
No, it's the same person. It's
Hello?
978.
Hello?
Oh. And you know what the sad thing is people that do that on my show, they're not funny. It isn't. The only reason why they do that because they don't have nothing else to do.
No, this is Dan LaRouche.
But in the end, you know, our show has been running strong for over a year, and we got a great show. And I'm hoping to take it up to a new level.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here in one of the only grocery stores in the town of Jackson. And it's called Rayleigh's, and it's like everything's double priced, you know. It's really crazy. The only thing that they carry that's really good is Labatt Bear. Because nobody else carries it around.
Yeah.
And I sat there and I bought some to celebrate for having the car fixed. And I took my son to a really killer movie called The Hawk.
What?
It was actually part 2. And,
Yeah,
you know, as the residents have told me, there's nothing for the kids around here. Well, they charge my son an adult price for matinee today.
Wow.
And it's like, wait a second. You charge me an adult price for matinee, and you charge him an adult price. There's no discount for children.
Mm-hmm.
So we go see the Hulk, you know, and I'm sitting there, I'm half-baked and everything else watching the Hulk.
You want to do the PJ?
Great movie. great movie, and I took my son because it was his birthday a couple days ago, you know, and it's like,
this is me.
This town, the reason why this town is the way it is because it's not family orientated.
Yeah, this is
so of course,
love from up above.
For me to try to come here to survive and run a paranormal group, it just won't happen here. And so hopefully my move will be successful and it'll take off in a new direction.
Oh,
yeah.
If you want to call it a move. Because considering the only thing I have here I couldn't leave behind was my car, you know, it's like,
What's really going on here?
See, I drive a Subaru, and the whole thing is you can't take that thing on dirt roads.
What?
Like when Florida, I had a truck, so I was able to go down to all these ghost towns in the middle of nowhere, but I can't do that in my Subaru.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of ghost towns in California.
Yeah, you know, it's a good place.
Have you ever took part in that?
You'll find great places around here.
Oh, yeah, well, there's places around you that I know that are haunted, and there's a lot of different locations to check out. And I do plan on traveling the entire state.
Yeah, there's a really good place in Michigan.
Gas is getting expensive.
That's great. Oh, yeah.
Gas is really pricey. So what I'm going to be looking for down the road, I've already had two to three people apply to be investigators for my group.
My name is Bill
and they're all going to be throwing in and pitching in for different trips that we take to go to different parts of California and check them out.
Good.
So things are really coming together for the organization. You know, and despite that, despite I've been in the world I've been in, I still have managed to pull out some investigators and things like that. So you know, that's the whole great thing, and I've kept the radio show going, despite despite all the problems and stuff. It's been a very hard 3 months for me. I definitely deserve a party. You know, I don't know if you've ever you've probably never been stranded before, but I'll tell you what, it's like coming to some town in the mountains. Your car breaks down, and next you know you're looking around like, where the hell am I? So
no, I've never had that. I was also
but some good things came out of it. I ended up meeting a vice president of a motorcycle club, and they're a pretty badass motorcycle club.
Nice.
I love the party. They're cool as hell.
It's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, and I also found something really strange out here.
Oh gosh, who is that?
Eminem.
Yeah, little back.
I found some bones on the side of the road. I don't know if I took a photo, but the bones resembled a human, but they weren't. It wasn't. Yeah, and I found them up in some high grass, and I never called the cops or nothing because there was there was fur like on the leg, but the skull was human-like.
Yeah.
I've never seen any legs or any bones like this before. So there's all kinds of little strange stuff going on outside the town, and there's still some people buried in the mines also.
Oh,
which hopefully I'll never be buried in those mines, but but we do hope to eventually come back here. But yeah, there is. I went into a mine about a month ago that was haunted, and like I said on my last radio show, the guy was in there with me, and we were mining for gold, and all of a sudden we stopped and could hear something in the mine moving around, and it only goes 126 feet deep.
Oh.
So it sounded like ghostly miners, like talking, and sounded like they were picking the sides of the walls, and he got really scared and ran out of there. So I do believe that Jackson has potential for paranormal, but as far as living in this ghost town, it's not going to happen for me. And of course, you know, I don't talk to the bearded lady anymore either.
Bearded lady.
Muffin. Man.
The bearded lady I met a couple months ago. Trust me, you don't want to know. But there are some really strange people in this town. And this girl, I guess this girl would shave her arms, her face, and her body.
Is this for a takeout?
So when I met her, she was, you know, it was very dark, like 2 in the morning. So I got a glimmer of light and figured out she was the bearded lady.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It was not a pretty scenario, let's put it that way. Yeah, up here in Jackson, I don't have hardly anybody I know in this town, but all the people that I do know come from Sacramento.
My tongue.
Yeah?
Like I met someone last week from MySpace. She's all the way out near Golden, Sacramento, and she's open-minded to the paranormal and everything.
That's cool.
You know, but some people down here, you know, they want to know what radio show I run and stuff.
What sort
and
of
if they were to listen to
like
the show, they'd probably faint.
I like rape. I like rape.
Oh gosh.
The whole thing is, no, don't apologize. I mean, I'm really glad that you called in. We had someone else tried to call in too, but sometimes people get really shy on the air, and they don't know. They don't know what to say.
First.
Would you get naked?
I got used to it though.
What's going on?
Yeah, you used to be pretty shy in the air, and that all changed over time.
Not believe that I'm actually thinking about licking your cat.
Anyways, Mike Digital had said something to me on his board the other day, and you know, I consider being on his board a privilege because you know, when you run a board, you have two choices. You can run a board that's just a board, or you can run a board like it's a family of friends and people that talk. And his board is a lot like family, you know, because my boards, those people are just rude. They don't participate. But on his board, everybody participates, everybody talks to each other, everybody's so nice, and everybody gets along. And so he mentioned to me something about EVP, which is electronic voice phenomena, which is the voice of ghosts and spirits. And he has the Session 9 chair up in his attic, and, you know, he says that some things are going on in his house that are weird.
By the way, why would you want to see?
You know, the best thing to do when you're dealing with something that you think might be haunted is to do the EVP, because to catch pictures of ghosts is really like an art. It's an art I'm good at because I've been doing it for so many years, but when somebody is new to the paranormal, the best start off they could ever get into this field is just taking a recorder and recording the ghostly voices, which anybody can do it. A baby could do it. My son could do it.
Hello?
And when you sit there and you hold out a recorder, it somehow pulls the energy off of you onto that recorder. It's like almost holding it gives whatever's around you the energy it needs to sustain a voice onto there. Nobody really knows if that's how it works, but that's how I think it works. Because if I set a recorder down, I don't get nothing. But if I sit there and I hold a recorder up in the cemetery and I say, speak to me, about 1 out of 10 times, I will get a voice that is not with us in that cemetery. And so he kind of wanted to know about EVP, and, you know, EVP is something very fun, very intriguing, and even if you're a skeptic, it's the funnest thing to catch in the world, to try to make out what do you hear on your recorder. Is it a ghost? Is it your friends? What is it? But the best way to do it is to do it by yourself, and you can do it in your house. And if you get EVP in your house, chances are your house is haunted.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I also get curious spirits who are wandering around also. It doesn't have to be someone who actually is haunting the place. It could be someone that's actually followed you. Some spirits are very curious, so it could be that too.
Well, oh yeah, well definitely. I've had things follow me home. I one time had a girl that went on an investigation with me. Something followed her home and ripped the hinges off. Actually ripped the door off the hinges in the middle of the night. And she told me, she goes, I'm deathly scared. And I told her, I said, the reason why is because you were disrespectful in the cemetery. I always tell my investigators, don't disrespect the dead. And sometimes some of them go in and they end up doing something stupid. Because, see, I am the leader of my group, so I have to make sure that when someone's new to the team, that they sit there and they follow certain criteria. And this girl wasn't following the criteria for the longest time, and something did get her. and it scared her. I was haunting her kid. It was
is
haunting
scary.
her house.
Remember that thing that followed me? Yeah. I told you about that one thing.
Oh, yeah.
The one yeah, you remember that one.
I remember. Well, the thing is that spirits are very powerful. Now a lot of people say, well, why don't spirits do this? Why don't spirits do that? And the whole thing is, yes, spirits could do whatever they wanted. They have unlimited power. But that's not, most spirits are generally peaceful. But I have seen, like that one guy we had Bill Bean on, he was telling you on how the car almost ran him over and took off on its own. They can do it if they want to do it. And people just don't realize if you go in a place
they can hurt you bad.
and you hit something, they can hurt you.
Yeah. They can actually take over people, too. They can do that. They can take over you and have you die off. If you get distracted, they might take over you when you're driving, and you can just, drive off the freeway or something. So it's actually
so that's how a lot of suicides happen. Is what happens is you're sitting there, and all of a sudden, if you don't keep yourself right or you're susceptible to it, you become possessed and you end up dying. That was the case. I'm trying to think of there was a case like that where the girl died of malnutrition. She wasn't eating. She was abusing herself because she had 6 different demons inside her. The church had said she had 6 different demons, and the church basically is very contradictory, especially as you know the Christianity, because they sit there and say don't deal with spirits and all that stuff, but then they'll turn around and they'll try to perform an exorcism. Spiritual phenomena is very real, and of course possession is very scary if you don't know what you're doing. And I'm one of these fortunate guys because I've gotten so strong that I don't let what's out there get to me. But I do take people on my adventures who do let it get to them. And I've seen girls and I've seen guys break down and cry. I've seen possessions with my eyes. I've seen one guy roll his eyes in the back of his head and start speaking Latin. I've seen it. It happens. Very powerful. And demons, to me, the reason why demons probably don't mess with me is because I'm very accepting of them. I don't fight them. I'm not at war against the spiritual world. But there's a lot of groups out there who think this is a war going on, and they turn around and they wage war on anything paranormal, and the paranormal ends up getting them in the end. Kind of like White Noise, White Noise had a really messy ending, if you ask me. And if you remember, he did die, I believe, at the end of White Noise. It ended up getting him killed playing with EVP. And a lot of people who mess with EVP do end up dying, especially people who end up playing with it a lot. I mess with EVP a lot or just started, but I also know the do's and don'ts of it. And you don't sit there and, when you start using this EVP, you're going to get some demons on the recorder. It's just a fact. So, but we try to do a little bit of everything. And a good paranormal investigator will be an investigator that works with not just ghosts, but demons and other things as well. And, of course, I have been reading a lot of articles online about some hauntings going on and Bigfoot sightings just outside Sacramento. Of course, if you go past Jackson to the east, you got at least 90 miles of woods. Because you got the Sierras, the foothills. Yeah. And then if you go north of Jackson and follow the foothills, you got at least 200 miles of national forest and mountains. And in that area, you have all these strange little things going on, like your Sasquatches, your UFOs, these little towns with these gold towns that have hauntings. And we're going to try to do them all is what we're going to try to do. So I really look forward to being able to get on my feet and do this. It's going to take me a long time to get things together because these gas prices are just, way out of control, And I heard that in California, they want to get them up to $6, if not more, per gallon. And, that's fine for some people who have money to blow and who make good money. But there's a lot of families out there who can no longer take $10 to go to the lake and fish with their kids. Now people got to pay $60 to have a picnic with their kids. Someone like me who likes to go fishing at the lake and go for a nice mountain drive can't do it. It's like, well, we got to save our money for 6 weeks just to go. So it's really going to hurt our organization, and the radio show is kind of like an outlet to this. It's a way for us to, you know, it doesn't cost anything for us to do our show. Well, it costs me $500, but it looks like I'm going to have to find a new plan, I guess. You know. But you know, there are some cool things all around here. Like, if you remember in the last show, there was some mountain lions, and I'm freaked by big cats.
Really those are creepy.
Yeah, they are. They are, and they can get very large. They'll eat a man. They will eat one. If you're alone, they usually travel in twos, and they're hunters, and they usually will not pounce on you till either you walk past them or they just stay still, and they'll get you when they're ready. You know, you won't, if you come to them, they usually will run away, but you got to watch when they come to you, and that's what was happening on my last show. These things they were actually creeping towards us slowly, and you could see the eyes glowing, and you could see how tall they were. So you could clearly see they were mountain lions, you know, from a distance. But then, like, the next day, I got chased by 4 bobcats, and they were in a pack. And there was one hiding behind a tree, one in a stance, one chasing us down the road. It was pretty bad. And, you know, I'm always armed. I'm one of these guys that I carry multiple weapons with me because you just never know. You know, you might get some pit bull that's savage, that's, you know, tearing the hell out of your arm. Or you might be hiking in the woods to go find a place to sleep, and you get a pack of mountain lions, you know? So I'm always one of these guys that's always armed, whether it's, you know, knives, pepper spray. Hell, if I got to bring a pistol, I bring a pistol. But it is important nowadays, and even for women, not just men, to arm themselves when they're out in the great outdoors of California, because those creatures do eat people.
Yeah. That's very scary. Take care of yourself.
Now, seeing that I'm hosting a show live from Jackson, I'm sitting here by the highway, and some girl's walking past me singing some religious song or whatever, and she's singing it real loud, you know, like hallelujah and everything else. This town has gotten so old. And, you know, it's kind of funny because I can't say everybody's bad. I met a guy that's a pothead the other day. He actually gave my son and I a ride because he's seen us walking. And he actually owns a shop downtown, a smoke shop, so he's cool, you know. But he's not from Jackson. He's from the city and moved here. It's like all the people that I've met that are cool do not come from Jackson.
It's like all the places you can move.
Well, I don't know why people would move here. A lot of people come here with the dream of owning a business, and they fucking come here and they're like, they want to rent a shop downtown, and they're like, let me own a smoke shop, or let me own a liquor shop, and a lot of them don't make it because the town says yes or no to whatever you own. If the town does not like your shop, you're done.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing about something like down here, is that the town says no to Home Depot. They don't build a Home Depot. Just like Super Walmart. They want to build a Super Walmart. The town's like, no. And it's like, why not? You know, I'm not going to stay in a town without a Super Walmart. I'm not going to stay in a town that doesn't have nothing. So I'm going to take my operations to Sacramento, and I'm going to start house searching this week, because I got also public assistance, another plan that if I find a certain amount, they'll pay it. So I'm going to try to get myself set up in Sacramento for a while, at least 6 months to a year, and then we'll probably base our organization in either Placerville or Sonora. And Placerville's a big town, but it's not hillbilly-like. It's like just a big town outside Sacramento. It's like you got mountains 10 minutes away, but then like a half hour away you got the city. That's cool. But Jackson is 45 miles from the city. So
yeah,
definitely don't want to live here anymore. And, of course, we get all kinds of strange stuff, strange people. There's a lot of street fights. I had some guy call me up. He's 18 years old. And he says, so you think you're a phone soldier? He says, I'm going to fuck you up. Yeah, he was talking like he thinks he's Eminem. See, because like I said, they're 10 years back here. So he thinks he is Eminem. He's got an Eminem complex. Calls me up talking gangster talk. He says, hey, bitch, you think you're a phone soldier? I'm going to kick your ass in the streets. And he's going on and on. I said, you don't know who I am. I said, I wouldn't do that. So I seen him on the streets like a week ago, and he drove off real quick and ran away from me, you know? Yeah. And that's how these people are down here. Their mentality is that. They're so bored that they'll steal cars. There's girls with Grand Theft Auto charges around here. 18, 19 years old, they got Grand Theft Auto charges. Because that's all people do in this town is steal cars, bash windows, and it's all crack. Everybody does crack and ecstasy around here. And, you know, I've never been much for those type of drugs anyways. But there's a lot of people on the streets that are into that. Because these people don't have no outlet. Just like taking my son to the movies, they don't even give him a discount, and he's a child. Mm-hmm. And they don't have playgrounds. They don't have nothing for children. And so, you know, being that Sacramento is more of an open town, you have stuff for children. There's like 2 paranormal groups in Sacramento already. So I could imagine I'll be meeting with the one paranormal group because I know the one. And things should be off to a good start. You know, I got 2, 3 really solid friends up there. I've met them from MySpace. One of them's a guy, and he's big on the paranormal, but he's a skeptic too. But he's cool as hell, you know. And it's like all the people I've met from Sac, they're pretty cool. But then, you know, the ones that you meet down here, you got to watch because they'll sit there and they'll rip you off. I have some guy right now that stole $110 from me, and you know, this guy here, he's just, you know, he's not from here, but he comes from a town similar to this, and it's like, all you hillbilly people, you're all the same. You got to steal from a homeless guy and his kids.
Yeah.
And being homeless, a lot of people have misconceptions about being homeless. They think because you're, you know, the one girl I met with the county this week, and she said, well, you don't look homeless. I said, it's one thing to be homeless, but that doesn't mean I have to carry myself like I'm homeless. Mm-hmm. Because I'm the type of guy that has been there and done it. I've slept in the woods. I've slept on the concrete slab. I've been through dozens of hotels. And if anybody wants to 3-way call, I have a hotel you can call, and I want to get the manager on the phone. I was trying to discuss it on Mike Digital's board about the 3-way calling, but that number's 209-223-8000. That's the Best Western Amador Inn. And if anybody wants a 3-way call out there,
dropping the name Mike Digital. Hello,
Mike.
This
What's
isn't
up,
a
man?
soundboard. I swear to God. What's going on? I've been like so rotten on the phone for like 20 minutes listening to you guys talk for the perfect time to jump in, but you know, you didn't say nothing funny. You guys were bitching about Jackson. I needed something. I was gonna have theme music and everything, but I couldn't find it. So.
You could always
put an angel get high and listen to you guys. Yeah, well, no, I'll whistle it.
I'm sorry, I was taking too much airtime.
No, it's all good, Ben. It's all good.
No, it's good. I like, you know, like I'm like sort of like this faux producer. Like I'm like Gary Dell'Abate. I just sort of chime in every now and again, and I chime back out.
Well, you know, I'm glad that everybody calls in, you know, and I'm glad that people get involved because it's not just my show, it's everybody's, you know. And, of course, I try to cover all these different topics that kind of stick in my head all week, and then I'm like, then I'm high, and then I start forgetting, and then I get carried away. But
that's the whole point. You got to just keep rambling, dude. That's the whole point. Like, if you sound all scripted, it's not fun at all. The show's more fun when you kind of go off on your little tangents and lose control over whatever you're talking about. It's more fun. You get all scripted shit. Yeah.
You
get that on NPR.
Speaking of getting high, I think I'm going to spark up a joint out of Celebration tonight.
You really should. Just don't get yourself arrested. You finally got in the right. You finally got the right direction. Now don't get yourself arrested getting high in the streets of Jackson.
Yeah, I don't think that'd go over very well, especially since I already was pulled over earlier today. The only cop in Jackson operating the streets, and that guy's out for blood. He's like, don't fuck up my beat. He follows me everywhere, and then today he finally approached me, you know, and he says, oh, by the way, your registration's expired. And I looked at him, I said, no, it's not, man. I said, it ain't expired. I just didn't I said, I got the registration back at the hotel room, you know. See, they put me up at a suite, man, the county, because the county fucked up. They threw me out when they weren't supposed to. And I ended up filing this big report. And, you know, I'm one of these guys that never backs down. But, you know, people know me, and that's not a surprise. You know, I won't give up. And I stayed in Jackson, like, stalking all these motherfuckers, you know, staring at them at the park, looking in their windows at night, just standing there. And finally they gave in, and they're just like, okay, we'll buy you a suite. Anything else you need? I'm like, all I need is a suite for a few days until I get the car repaired, and then I'm out of this shithole of a town. So
that's crazy, dude. How happy were you when you got that car rolling? Seriously, you must have been like just having sex with the gas tank, going, I can move, woo!
Honestly, man, I think I kissed my steering wheel. I said, holy shit, this fucker starts, because I hadn't started it for like 3 weeks, you know, and the job was just so extensive, because I had to put an axle in, I had to put the spindle, the axle, new brakes on, wheel cylinder, brake line. I had to do everything, and I really worked fast because I was so excited to have all these parts in my hands, you know, and I didn't care if it was 105 degrees. I just did not care. I was like, I'm going to get this car rolling. And so I took her out for a ride today, and then I got pulled over, and he's like, I'm going to let this go. It's like, yeah. Come on. It's like I'm the news at Jackson. Everybody knows my windows got smashed. Everybody. And, you know,
just have to tell these people you just have to tell these people if they want you out of there, they just have to leave you alone. I'll leave. You know, stop bugging me, and I'll get the hell out. Just give me a chance to leave. Jesus.
That's what I tell some people. You know, I sat there and these people down here aren't very bright. And I've had to, like, train them how to be like little soldiers. Like this one guy, he stole this dude's clothes. And I told him how to get them back, and he kept saying, oh, I can't do it. I'm like, I'm from the city. You can do it. And then the other day I found out that he did what I told him to do. And I almost, like, fell over laughing. You know, it's like if these people would just leave, if they left me alone, I'd have been gone by now. But because they did that to my car, it actually kept me here a little bit longer. Of course, besides the point that when I stayed at the shelter, which wasn't a bad place, I mean, because you could live there, eat all you want, and all that stuff. But when they kicked me out, and they did all this injustice stuff to my sons and I was like, fuck you. I'm going to stay here. I told the lady the last day I left, I said, I'm going to stay in this town, and I'm going to make sure you get what you got coming to you. And, of course, she's about to lose a $30,000 job. And it's like, you're going to be homeless, not me. You know, because, well, the thing is that, like, some of these people realize what I do for a living, and then all of a sudden it's like they're freaked out, and they're just like, you know, you can't stay at our shelter. You can't come here and there. It's like, the hell I can't, man. You know, I accept people for who they are. Even if you don't believe in the paranormal, I'm still cool with you as hell, because everybody has their own little belief systems, and that's what makes you you and me me. But in Jackson, it's not like that. If you don't believe in what they believe in, you're not part of the game, man. No matter how cool you are. You know? So
they don't like now. Easterners out there. Easterners out there is a bad thing, you know. They think we're angry and we think they're flaky, so it's just, you know, it's a never-ending war.
Well, let's put it this way. They still play Nintendo out here. Bad.
Yeah, my wife's from Arizona. Well, she lived out there for a little while and said that they're about 5 or 6 years behind the times as well, so what can you do? It's not easy living in a forward-thinking area like Boston, I tell you.
Well, that's how it is. That's how it is here too, man. I mean, they're just so far behind. It's almost sickening. And you know, maybe 10 years from now, maybe when I come to this town, it'll be a lot different. I don't know. But I spent like at least $1,500, probably more than that, at the Best Western. And I went in there about 2 weeks ago, and I told the guy, I said, look, I said, I only have $200 because I had gotten a little bit of money from friends and stuff. And I said, I got to keep my kids off the streets. I said, I'll pay you $210 for the whole weekend. Manager tells me, no. You know, he's like, I ain't going to rent to you a room. He goes, because we've upped it to $100 a night. And I was like, yeah, but I've spent almost $1,500 to $3,000 at your hotel in a few months. I said, so you can't, you know, work with me? And so the guy, so this is what he tell. Oh man, he ran in the
got William Shatner's ass in there.
Well, he ran away from me. He got scared because I started getting really angry, and he sends this girl out there. She's like a dyke, a nasty dyke, man. And she says, why would we take your $200 when some people offer us $150 for a room? She goes, or more than what the room is worth. Well, let's see here. I got kids and I'm fucking homeless. Why not give me a fucking room, you know? So what I want to do is I want to call this guy and I want to put him on the spot. See, because I think that with this radio show, I can take things to another level. And I can start calling people, you know, calling businesses and things like that and calling them out.
On your show?
Oh, yeah, three-way call them and stuff. Hell yeah.
So you can get them on your show. That'd be great.
Yeah,
that would be great.
Not?
You know, if we had someone that could talk like William Shatner and just give him or like the roving gnome and just give him a bunch of flack like a Priceline commercial, that'd be great.
Yeah, it would.
You're like, kid, I want you to into my friend. Yeah,
so,
you know,
tell us about the great race.
I think you got to ask him. Great Race was incredible. Being able to see all the pictures was fun, that's for sure. There was some pictures I wish I could unsee, but you know, the winner, Jeff, and Io Venus. Jeff was the only one to partake in the full frontal nudity picture, and let me tell you, that was a pleasure for the whole room. Nothing like seeing a grown man squatting full frontal naked, let me tell you. While you're eating cheese and crackers, it's quite a feeling, let me tell you. But yeah, it was a good,
man.
Oh, like I said, man, what you see on Dougie just scratches the surface. To actually be in the judging party, you get to see like the full throttle of everything that went on. And I'll be honest with you, I saw some trickery. We let it go. One of the tasks was a cell with bars, and I was thinking a jail cell, but a few people actually took pictures of their cell phones with 5 bars, so that passed the test. And another one people squirted around was the old mayonnaise in the shoes. The team with team leader actually put mayonnaise packets in his shoes and kind of skirted around that, so that was clever. But for the most part, it was mayhem, anarchy, and complete and total disregard for safety, public justice, and any kind of laws that we have, and it was a fun time.
Yeah, it looked real fun. I was pretty upset that I got to miss it, but I'm so limited to a computer because when I go down to the library lately, ladies kick me out all the time. I'm supposed to get 2 hours a day, right? I'll take an hour in the morning, I'll take an hour in the evening. Sometimes I'll take 2 hours back to back. Well, the other day, I had an hour and a half, and the lady gives me 10 minutes, puts in 10 minutes, says it's 4:20, and she says we're closing in 5 minutes. I get ready to walk out of the library, she puts on 2 girls till for 45 minutes. And I'm like, what the hell? She don't like the idea that I'm on MySpace, and I guess she's been staring at me because I've been on Daggy 5 and everything else, you know, looking at all these pictures and stuff. But
yeah, you know,
it was like a lot of fun.
Whatever. Yeah, it was a good time. I've actually this is our 5th year, and I've done it twice myself, and it kicked my ass both times. The wife and I are talking about doing it next year. I have my reservations because it's like 3 days of no sleep and just complete anarchy. And yeah, it was definitely when I was in my 20s. I was pulling off. The first race was like 5 years ago. I think I was 28 when I did the first one. I was dead afterwards, and every year I get a little better. But yeah, this year I don't even know. Like it was actually a task I I made the list up, and I wanted my wife to look it over. Her being a lawyer, I wanted to see just how legal everything was. And as a joke, I wrote on one of the tasks, like task 82, I was like, take a dump inside a diaper. And it was just supposed to be a private, personal joke. I was going to send it to her, and she's going to look over the list and be like, what the hell is this? And when she gave the list back, I just got involved with a bunch of things, and I never took the task off the list. And I published the list, and I was reading it over about 10 minutes, and I realized I left such a disgusting task on the list. But I tell you what, people took dumps in adult diapers for like 75 points, and my hat's off to them. I tell you.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
my hat's off to them, too.
Yeah, I was like, I can't believe you did that. Like, one of the tasks, I think, was cover your face in Sharpie marker, and that doesn't come off. And people covered their face in Sharpie markers. One task was buy a crowbar and full face paint at a store. And it's just, like I said, it got pretty off the hook. Well, one year we did it, I just couldn't believe it. I actually came in second place one year. The first year I did it with Fallout UE. We did pretty good. The only reason we lost is one of our teammates, there's a tattoo, it was the first year we did the tattoo Diggy 5 on you, and we couldn't talk the kid into getting one of those jailhouse tattoos because it was like Sunday and we was when the tattoo pot was open. We're like, we'll just do this with some Indian ink. Guess what? The points you won't mind, will you? Yeah, it didn't work. But second place is pretty good in the Great Race. Like I said, when you actually read over the list and you're like, how the hell do you do that in like 3 days and still have your dignity on Monday? But
what
are you going to do, right?
Some of the girls, man, some of the women had posted my picture and earned 75 points, huh?
Yeah, actually, I try to include some of the more colorful people of Dag It Yourself, JT Colfax. I think Big Ed as well. He's kind of he's one of our resident chat room whores. We like him around, and I think one task was you had to make a shirt that said "Tell me about Big Ed," and then there was your task was find a hot girl to stand with a picture of AngelOfThyNight, and then I think the last one was you had to surf one of JT Colfax's crazy videos on YouTube inside an abandoned location. So that was pretty funny. I like giving JT some press. He actually called in your show last week. He was a fucking scream. We were actually listening to your show at the judging party because I told him, I said, you guys aren't going to believe it. I'm like, seriously, JT Colfax and Lord Rick having 10 minutes of conversation, just pure gold. And when you asked him something to the effect of, what do you want, man? What do you want? And he was just like, I just wanted to say hello. Dude, the whole room just died. Like, seriously, that just stopped the whole room right there. Colfax is a funny guy. He's got a real interesting history, I tell you. He's been, if you ever read up on him, Google him up, JT Colfax. And, he's a cool dude. He's definitely got a long and storied past, and I tell you what, his Urbex Storm movies are always killer as well. So check those out.
Oh, really? I'll check them out, man. I'm still getting to know some people and stuff on there, and of course I'll participate more when I get my computer out of storage and a house and everything else. So, but I like your board.
Well, actually, you're one of the top posts. You're one of the top posters, I think. I forget who we were talking about. Who the people that post the most. I think you're one of the top 10 people that post on that forum, oddly enough. And you only post in like 3 forums, so it's quite a feat, let me tell you. You're almost up as high as I am, and I just post because I'm a chat whore on that board. So.
Well, I was missing for a while. I was missing for like a month, and then I got online when I realized there's a library in Jackson. But it's been pretty hellacious, and for me to get down there and to be able to post, I mean, it's an honor. I enjoy reading the post. I like to be able to get involved with something, And, of course, I wish on my boards the members were as active as your board. But, I always realize it don't matter what board you're on, as long as you're part of something, that's what matters. Yeah,
the thing is, though,
who runs it.
Well, the thing is with some of the boards that you have, like the Yahoo boards and stuff, like there's a lot of the people in that crowd of like your typical Yahoo user isn't someone who's actually jumping up on a forum and taking care of business. Like with Urbex, it's a pretty unique and small niche crowd, and everybody kind of knows each other. So there's only 3 or 4 forums, and there's probably like 3,000 people who do this worldwide. So they pretty much choose sides. I mean, every forum has a different flavor, and luckily, you know, Deggy 5's kind of got a reputation for sort of being the bad boy forum community, you know. I don't really ban people. I don't really give a shit what people, you know, you just don't want to get, you know, it's like, you know, you're my friend, but if someone comes out there and starts telling you to F off, I mean, you're a big boy. You can take care of your own problems. You know, I don't come in and moderate and delete posts and all that crap like they do on some other forums. But some people need that, too. Some people need a safety net, and there's other forums for that. But with the Urbex community, they're so tight-knit, and everybody's so gabby, especially online, you know, because, I don't know, it just seems to be, as you can see by the amount of traffic we get. But I find, like, with, like, the ghost crowd and the paranormal crowd, they're not so gabby. They're more just like readers. They like to read and see the movies and hear the things. They don't really get so involved. They're more like to sit on the couch and watch some sort of, you know, paranormal TV or listen to paranormal radio, whatever they do, you know. It doesn't seem like a real jump out of your seat community. It's more like there's the doers and the watchers. Whereas like in the Urbex thing, everybody's kind of a doer. You know,
that's what I like. That's what I like about it. Because, see, that's how I am. I'm a doer too, but I don't like to sit back. I like to go out and do things with other people. And of course, on my forums, we lack that. Of course, I'm trying to change that. And I notice since I moved down here, I have a lot more people who want to hike around with me. And it's like I can't. I've had 3 people beg me to take them out somewhere this week from California, and I'm just like, I will.
Well, it's a different crowd out there.
Settled in. Huh?
Yeah, it's a different crowd. It's a different crowd out there. Like down in Florida. Florida's all about the clubs and the bars. I mean, even out in the Floridian, you know, broken truck, shotgun, hound dog area, they still, you know, get herded up and go to the club later that night. So, you know, California is kind of more of a hiking boot, sort of, you know, tie up your hiking boots, you know, throw some granola in the bag, and let's go, you know, run around the countryside. And see, I think that's more your speed out there anyway. Yeah, get stoned. I got a friend out in Humboldt County. She gets ripped all the time, you know. I mean, it's federally, I mean, Millie did make a good point. Federally, it is illegal, but it's Humboldt County and certain counties out there, even though it's illegal, they don't really give a shit. So, you know, as long as you're in the right spot with the right law enforcement and they don't seem to care, then it seems to be okay because, you know, like I said,
you know about
someone's ratting you out there. Oh, yeah, exactly. She's like, you know, the cops don't care. Cops not going to bring the feds in there. They don't want none of that. They don't want none of that crap, you know. Everyone kind of keeps shut. They just smoke their weed and they just do their thing. They don't flaunt it and that be that, you know. Obviously, I'm sure it's probably a little bit different in other areas, but according to your other show there, you're yeah, you know. So,
I mean, you could be out in the middle of nowhere, and they don't. Well, the thing is, like, the federal government. Go on, man.
No, we used to have this thing out in Boston called the Hemp Fest. It was a third Saturday of every September, and it would happen in Boston Common, and a bunch of bands would play for free concert, and we would just go there. And I remember, like, the very first one. Literally, we were smoking on the T on the way in, and the conductor wasn't saying nothing. Then we got there. We were, like, rolling huge blunts in front of cops. They weren't doing nothing. My buddy had a 6-foot bong slung over his shoulder. I mean, we saw this band called Sam Black Church, which is, like, a huge band out here. And it was crazy. And then, I don't know, like 5 years later, it got bad. You know, they had undercover cops busting people and all that stuff. But for a while, it was cool. Like, literally, WBCN, the big station out here, would fly a plane over the Commons with a big banner off the back that would say, "Smells good up here." I mean, that's how crazy it was at one point. But, you know, things change. You know what happens is people get hurt, you know, drug deals start going wrong. Somebody gets shot or stabbed, and then, oh, boo, can't do that no more. So, you know how it goes.
Oh, that's how it goes. They have they have those festivals all over, 420 clubs and 420 festivals, I guess, out here in California. And there's really not a lot the cops can do. I mean, the feds, you know, what Millie said, yes, it's true. If you, about the federal government and being against people who grow marijuana, if you're within your limits.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you're within your limits, they won't touch you.
Yeah, okay. It makes me mad because people have a license, right? And they still go in and arrest them. It's like crap. Like, if some people do need marijuana. They do. And they're like, well, we're still going to arrest you anyways. It's a bunch of crap.
I need it right now.
Oh, well.
I already had it. I mean, you know, I've been smoking for years. It's something that's never going to change, not for me. And it's of course, like I tell people all the time, it's the risk that you're willing to take. Some are willing to take the risk, some aren't. And either belief's acceptable, but if you smoke, then, you know, like me, you'll know the benefits of it, that it does have its benefits. But, of course, the government makes a lot of money off it, too, and that's why it's illegal.
Yeah, with their fines.
I mean, it's the drug bust. I mean, they get people sometimes with hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then, of course, in Florida, I went to court one time, and there was over 50 people ahead of me that had marijuana on them.
Yeah,
and every one of them was fined. Well, every one of them was fined like $450. So that's what it is. It's a moneymaker for this government and nothing more. Because anybody, you know, most people are caught with it when they're driving. They got a joint in their car, they got a paraphernalia, and then they turn around and they're like, hey, we're going to fine you. It's illegal, but we're not going to jail you, we'll just fine you. So they can constantly make money.
I've been pretty lucky every time I got popped with it. Every time I get popped, the cop seems to have like some sort of hard on him. Christ, I can't even tell you how many times the cop pulled us over, found dope, and then all he did was stamp it into the ground. That was like the big thing up here for a while. Is that we just stamp it into the ground. We were at a gas station once. I must have been like 20 years old. And we were sitting in the back seat of my buddy's car, and he ran in to pay for gas, and the kid sitting next to me knew we just scored a bag or something, and he's like, oh, let me see, and I pulled it out of my pocket, and then like some guy out of like left field, I don't even know where he came from. He was in like running shorts and like a wife beater, and he just looked like Richard Simmons with a cop mustache, and he comes running out of this gas station. He's like, who's got the weed? I saw the weed. And like the kid sitting next to me points at me. I'm like, thanks, dude. So I hand this like random guy my bag. He dumps it out on the ground, stamps it out, walks back in the gas station. My buddy who's driving has no idea any of this happened. He comes back to the car. He's filling out the car. I lean out the window. I'm like, dude, we just got busted. Look down by your feet. Our weed's right down there. He's like, oh, shit. So he starts, like, bending over and stuffing it in his pocket off the ground. Like, it's crazy. We were, like, another time we're in another town, and a cop pulled us over. A kid in the back seat lit up a joint. Didn't even ask. He just, like, lights it up. Cops behind us, smells it, pulls us over. Where's the weed? Finds it, stamps it out. So I've been pretty lucky. Not everyone's so lucky, though. But,
There's a lot of people who end up getting caught, and hell, I've heard of people going to jail for 6 months to a year because they had more than what they're supposed to. And you know, the thing is that a lot of people commit crimes, sometimes manslaughter, and they get less than a marijuana user. And it's, you know, it's like you could do, when I smoke marijuana and I drive, I'm a safe driver. If I don't have no marijuana, I speed. I go 90 miles an hour. So if I smoke and then I drive, I'll go about 45 instead of 90, you know. And that's the whole thing. You take a drunk driver, let's say you have someone drinks and drives. DUIs, I mean, you know, that's you can't control a vehicle.
It's the truth, I tell you.
Yeah. I mean, I was drinking at the National a couple weeks ago. I was drunk, you know. I was like thinking, God, how can anybody get behind the wheel like this? I sure the hell would it. But Stone, smoke that joint, I'll get in the car. You know, because I got control.
No, I've never wrecked a car on weed. I've wrecked 3 drinking. So I know flat out. I don't drink anymore for obvious reasons. But yeah, that was you know, you smoke. I mean, I don't think you should. Like, don't kids don't do drugs and drive. Trust me. But when you're an adult, you make your own decisions. And the Lord Rick Show does not advocate youth doing drugs. Anyway, yeah, I find that I generally don't wrap my car into telephone poles when I'm high on weed. I tend to do that when I've been drinking Jägermeister all night and decide to drive home. So, you know, I'll be the first to say that I'd rather see someone with a doobie in their pocket going home than a beer. You know, that's for sure.
Well, one day they'll probably make alcohol illegal. One day they'll make it illegal. Then again, they're talking about making everything illegal, just totally, which is wrong too, because you should be able to do what you want with your body, you know, whether it's, You want to sit home and drink all night? Go ahead and drink all night. You want to smoke all night? That's your choice, you know? It's all up to what you want to do. Anyways, I'm going to go on break for about 20 seconds. I'll be right back. You can continue talking. I'm just going to take a breather.
I'm going to sing Sinatra while you're on break. That's what I'm going to do, because we don't have Satan online, so I'll do the Sinatra this time. No, I'm just kidding. I'm probably just going to shut up and listen to you talk in the background. Where is everybody? Why isn't anyone else calling in? Why is it just the regulars? How many people do we have in chat? We have 10 people in chat.
The regulars.
Yeah, we are. Well, I'm a new regular. I'm an old regular, but a new regular. Because I have to edit these, and I don't like the sound of my own voice, so I don't want to have to listen to myself later on. So that's why I try not to call in too much.
I hate my voice, so I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a little, it's rough, it's tough. Yeah, this is going to be a hard show to cut up into 10-minute increments.
Oh, I see. Okay. I thought you said it's rough. I was talking about my voice. Never mind.
Oh no, not your voice. No.
Okay. It sounded like.
Come on, I'm not going to insult you like that. Jeez.
No, I don't know.
No,
I said I don't like my voice, and you're like, oh no, it's rough, it's tough. I'm like, oh.
No, you know what it is? There's a weird delay when you do this now live stuff. It's really weird. It's hard enough. Like I have to turn like my wife's here. She likes to listen to it, but it's hard. Like I can't talk and then have it running in the background. And even at that, like Rick's delayed and you're kind of delayed. Like well, it's like weird. They haven't got this technology quite perfected yet.
Yeah, you got that right. They're a little behind, you know.
Everything's a little weird. Like, you know, you sound like you're right there, and then, like, I think, I don't know, like, you're like 5 seconds off. I think Millie's right on, but you're like 5 seconds off for sure. And then on the radio show, it's like 2 seconds behind. So it's this weird, like Timothy Leary mindfuck going on if I have everything happening all at once.
I'm in Jackson, man. It's echoing here, you know. I don't know.
Too, right?
Yeah, it's.
And hey, dude, I don't know. Like it says that I'm crew in the chat room, but I don't know how to use. I don't even know if I have any kind of like powers or anything. I've tried to see if I had like a option to ban people or hang up phones and crap like that if someone starts harassing me. But I just don't think I can do that. That EAJ guy said something about like making me admin or something, but I don't know how the hell works. This is all new to me. I used to just be a listener.
Well,
now I have responsibilities. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, you can boot people. I think if you're a crew member, you just click.
No,
on
I really
name
can't unless like if I click on like I'll go to like I won't boot him or anything because he's the only guy in the room is the EAJ man. Like all I can do is go profile and private message him. And then, like, if I go on, like, Millie as a caller, and I click on her, like, all I can do is just look at her profile. I can't really do anything. Although it says crew next to my name when I type things, but nothing's really any different than when I originally started. Yes, the EJ man is saying in chat now that you would have to give me admin status.
Yeah, I don't even know how to do that, or if they've even perfected that.
I'm sure they have, because, like, he's got... It says Rich has to be in the chat room to give you admin status. So like once you get yourself back like into a situation where you have like internet and you're in front of a computer, I think then you can admin me in the chat when you start the show, and then you can just ignore things and walk away like you normally do, and I can field calls and crap for you. Sort of. But until then, we're just going to have to wing it. Yeah, until then, you're just going to have to wing it.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well,
you know what, I'm hoping that maybe, like, if I call in a little more, we can get some more crazies from the Deggy crew to call in and see what we can do. Oh, let's see here. It's, yeah, he says you just have to click my name. Yeah, he says when you do your next show and you're accessible to the chat room, he says just click my name and say make administrator on my name, and then I'll have admin powers. I will be the most powerful person in the chat room. So.
You are in power completely of the room, man. It's all yours.
I'm used to having God power on Deggy, so I don't like being places where I don't have God power anymore. I feel so insignificant.
Well, I can't wait to get my board going again too.
Yeah, dude, UE Paradise is a ghost town, bro. We gotta get that opened up. That's a tight little board. Seriously, I go and I check the chat room and it hasn't been talked in like 2 months. I'm like, you've got to be kidding. I went and I picked all the good video games, though. I definitely went and combed over your video game section, stole the good ones for Deggy. Even the porno ones, which I said I'd never put porno games on Deggy, but hey, who cares?
And you got them up.
There's a real creepy one, though. Have you played that creepy game? Like that serious Chris Hansen, like, molester game where you have to, like, it's like a sleeping girl and you have to, like, remove her clothes without waking her? That's creep stuff. I don't know where that game came from. That's gotta go.
That's some weird.
Seriously.
I don't even know where I got it from. I must have been stoned at the time.
Is that the one with the
What,
girl
really?
sleeping and you have to touch her?
Yeah,
I played that
you have to,
one.
like, rubber and stuff.
Yes, I
played it, man. She's.
You have to. You have to drop her in time. What? Yeah, I know. It's so creepy. I was like, what is so creepy? But I want to.
Yeah, I think they have like a drug or something. You give her sleeping pills or something.
Yeah, you do. That's to buy her time. And you see her face when she gets happy. Isn't that kind of weird?
It's so funny.
She smiles.
It's like. Yeah, I don't know. Like I started playing it. I felt like a.
Yeah,
I felt like a creep playing that game. I'm like, I have to stop playing this.
No, there's a whole thing on YouTube telling you how to win. Yeah, there's a video on YouTube telling you how to win that game. I found it by accident. I was like, what the hell? It was an accident. Yeah, how to win that game.
I didn't know you could win at that game.
I don't know.
You can.
There's two real questionable games. There's that game, and then there's a game that makes absolutely no sense, and it plays Britney Spears music in the background, and it's some chick taking a dump. And you can choose food for her to poop out, but like it doesn't give you points or anything. You just make her poop. Like there's no rhyme or reason to the game whatsoever. She's just like it's playing Britney Spears and it's this chick taking a dump, and that's it. That's the game, and there's no points and there's no goals or anything. You just feed this chick food while she's on the can. Who thinks of this shit?
I'm telling you. I got to recheck these games I got on my sites, you know.
Really do. There's some creepy games,
man.
There's some creepy games. Like there's some fun stuff, but yeah, that was a little much. I'm like, what's this? It's called Lady Dump too.
Oh,
Lady Dump. That's just hilarious.
I don't know.
Yeah,
my guess is you just got like a. My guess is you just must have got like a pack of games and installed them because like all the names still needed to be changed. But yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, that place for Ghost Town. What you need to do is consolidate all your forums into one forum, like I did. I used to have like 50 things running like you. I used to have like Yahoo and MSN groups and all this crap running, and then I just did Deggy, and that was it. Like it was like one centralized place. And I noticed that once I did that, everybody stopped being so fragmented and jattered, and it all kind of came together in one spot, and that sort of seemed to be the best way to do it. Because, like, before I had my real website, I got all the free websites because it was easier. I had MSN I would use to host all my pictures. This is like before PhotoBucket and crap. So I would use MSN to host all my pictures, and then I'd use GeoCities as like my front page, and then I'd use like Google offered something at a chat room. I had all these different things, and they all kind of Frankenstein together to make my website. But once I bought my web hosting, like what you have with PGS, I just did the one form and said, this is where you go. You know, and especially with that SMF, you can have like a public area where anybody can join, like they join your MySpace groups and all that. And then you can have like, you know, set a certain setting for private people. You know, and then you can make a forum that only certain people can go to, and you have a private section. But you still have everybody in one forum. All your members are in one members list. They can communicate. They'll be more open to talk. I think you have so many forums that you're spread out so far that there's not a lot of people on one particular forum, versus if you had it all in one, then you get everybody together. Because like I said, I ran like 4 or 5 forums, and it was just totally jattered. And then once I just did Deggy, that's when I got like 200 people together, and then it's that one central thing now. They're not trying to check 15 forums because not everyone's a Gemini like you and I. They can't do 5,000 things like you and I can do all at once. You know, some people really need a centralized location. And honestly, that forum you have, the one for the PGS website, that really probably should be your central forum. You know, I think the thing with MySpace too is it's so deceiving. Like when you get friend requests, it's so deceiving who's really a person and who's not. And it's deceiving when people join your group. They make you think you have more than what you really have. It's just some jerk with a spam bot trying to get you to look at his webcam. And I don't know. I'm losing a lot of faith in MySpace day by day. I don't really believe in MySpace anymore. I think it's just full of spammers. And you know what's creepy too is the ads. Like the ads on it are just. I feel like I'm being so used. Like I wrote it was like in Heroes. Like I'm a big fan of Kiss. I wrote Ace Frehley. So whenever I'm in the homepage, every freaking ad comes up. It's like, ooh, be like Ace Frehley. Learn the legend of Ace Frehley. It's like all this Ace Frehley doing, and it's like, yeah, I feel like all that is like I'm volunteering myself to be completely marketed to by Sony, because I think that's who owns MySpace now, right? Sony? I forget who owns it now, but it's a big marketing tool. Yeah, Sony, if someone owns it, I totally forget. But like that's all it is now. It's just like this ridiculous. How can we market things to these people even more? And what's even worse is that, like, if you notice MySpace runs really slow, generally it's running slow because one of the crappy banner ads that they have loaded up there is, like, glitching out and won't let it load. So, I don't know. It was a different MySpace years ago, that's for sure. Now it's just a big money-making thing. I don't know. Facebook's pretty cool. That's what I'm hearing the word ago.
I mean, I was
a late bloomer with it. Yeah, I was a real late bloomer with it myself. I used to make fun. There was this dude. His name is Rob Doby, and I'm cool with him now. At least I hope I am. I am on my side. But back in the day, I used to pick at him because I was pretty jealous of his success. And he was one of the first people in MySpace, and he advocated it a lot. And I was, oh, look at you and your 16-year-old little fan club. But you know, here it is, like down the road, and crying out like George, you know. Famous rock stars in their 60s have MySpaces now, so who was right? Yeah. He definitely was like, you know. And once I got on it, I was addicted too. Like, you know, I used to goof on it all the time. Oh, little kids, but you know, it's a different MySpace now. But you know, once again, too, it's just full of banner ads and all sorts of junk. So I don't know. It's not. I think Facebook's the way to go. I haven't signed up for it.
I've had Hans Zimmer write me on MySpace one time.
Really?
I don't know if it was his page, so it had to be him because he talked right back and forth to me a few times. I was like, whoa, Hans Zimmer? Because he's a great, I mean, however you want to describe him, musician, or his music's really good too for a lot of the movies he does. And to have this guy write me back as well as a couple other bands. Some of the older bands will actually write you, but like these newer ones, you know. They're just not old.
Well, the older
bands
don't care
much about the bands.
The older bands need it though. Like the older bands, you know what the thing is though? The newer bands grew up with this internet stuff, so it's not like this big, you know, wow, check this out.
Yeah.
But the older people, like I was just telling my pops the other day, because you know he taught me how to play guitar years and years ago, and he's seen all the garage bands and crap I've been into all my life, and I said, you know, what a great day and age we live in. That like I can literally record like my band does a cover of a Misfits song. So I can record this song in my living room on my computer with literally under $300 worth of equipment, and then literally email my cover to Jerry Only of the Misfits via MySpace, and then the guy who wrote the song will actually be able to listen to it. And I'm like, you couldn't do that 20 years ago. And nowadays, you can cover, you know, a song by Guns N' Roses and literally email it to Axl Rose, and he might actually listen to it. He might actually be the guy that signs into that MySpace. You never know. You know, it's random.
Exactly.
I'm a big fan of Paul Gilbert, and you know, he was a guitar player in Mr. Big, and now he does sort of a Satriani sort of thing. And I literally wrote him off his website, and he sent me back and it was like a 2-sentence thing. I'm sure he was busy, but he actually wrote me back personally. You know, which is, you know, wow, couldn't do that 20 years. The internet's an amazing thing. It really is. Like you said, Hans Zimmer. You know, you can get an email from Hans Zimmer and be like, hey.
Yeah, well, he signed it Hans, so I was like, wow. It probably was him. He just had gotten his MySpace page, so it was kind of new. So that might have been why, too, because some of them, you know, they're doing it to promote their music, obviously. That's what MySpace
certain
is,
people
promoting your band.
Certain people run their own MySpace. Like CC DeVille runs his own MySpace page. You know, if you go to CC DeVille's MySpace from Poison, he actually runs his own MySpace page. If you write him an email, like, he's the dude that responds to it. Like, yeah, it's cheesy there. You know, I was a big fan of Dawkins back in the day, but Don Dawkins actually runs his own MySpace page. Like, if you email them, that he's who writes you back. So, you know, it's pretty cool. And like you said, a lot of the older musicians, actually, because they're all kind of semi-retired now, that's what they get off on. You know, like they sit around, they answer emails on MySpace. They love it. They say same too. You know, and like I said, if you go to CC's MySpace, you know, he's really into it.
Oh yeah. Well, I had some girl about a year ago, go figure, tell me she actually posed on Playboy, and she had a normal profile, and she told me, you know, she goes, I use MySpace because I don't, you know, want a bunch of people to know who I am. And she didn't post that she was in Playboy or anything. She just had casual shots of herself. And she told me her name, and I don't remember. But you know, some of them use MySpace to hide who they are. You get celebrities on MySpace. Everybody's on it. All the celebrities. And some of them are just casual people. Just casual. You won't even know. And they're just writing you like, hey, what's up? Because that's just it. It's just one big network of individuals, bands, celebrities, comedians, people like me, paranormal investigators, you know, and even urban explorers promoting that. So it's just a promotion tool.
Yeah, it really is. I wasn't really into it when it, like I said, when it first came out. It was kind of a teeny bopper thing. Actually, oddly enough, a lot of people don't realize that MySpace really originally came out for bands to cross-promote with each other, and then now it's all this. But originally, MySpace Music was the original MySpace before it was, you know, this sort of, you know, like, you know, even my mom had a MySpace. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I gotta get off this service. I got friended one time by my mother. I'm like, who the hell?
Yeah.
All the moms are in MySpace now.
Yeah, I know. I saw a friend like that. He has his mom, and his top friend is his mom, and she's always checking in on him. It's horrible. He's like 23 or 24, and she writes him comments because of what he wrote to his brother, his little brother, who has a MySpace too. He's like, I saw what you wrote to him, mister. I was like, that's not even cute. It's not even funny, woman.
I know somebody like that was in Florida. His mom was his #1 on there.
Oh, goodness.
That's how it is, but it's all spammers.
Mom has to be #1. Yeah.
It's all spammers. I get like 20 girls that spam me a day. They're not girls, they're guys using a mass mailer, but you know, sometimes I'll approve them on purpose. I'll do it on purpose because then, you know, if like my name is on their page, other people will get it. And then, of course, that's how they find out about what we do and that there's a radio show, which not many listen to the show, you know, but we're going to distribute the show on disc later down the road. And we'll put them on websites where people can actually get, you know, archive copies of them and stuff.
Dude, I had every one of these shows saved from day one. Seriously, I was like cleaning out my computer the other day. I have crap saved that I don't even know why I have saved. I have like voicemails from like MySpace, like you know, I can always tell the difference too, because like there'll be ones that start with like, hello ladies and gentlemen, this is Lord Rick, and then it'll be like, hello ladies, this is Rick, and then you know it's like, it's get down time, you know, here we go. I'm like, how do I have all these voicemails? I have so much crap, I can't even believe it. I was like just like siphoning through stuff, and I'm like, oh my Lord, I have this. Back in the days when you used to sound like you were broadcasting from the dark side of the moon, those were the good ones.
Yeah.
We used to have this little goof. We were like Lord Rick Spears, P's and B's, because it was brutal. Like I have this bass tube that's so bassy, and every time you like like my whole house would rattle apart. Like my neighbor's like, what the hell are you doing up there? I'm like, oh, I'm just listening to talk radio. She's like, it sounds like you're hammering nails in the wall because the stupid pop filter was so bad on that old microphone. It was funny. So, but it's good too when I put them up on YouTube. Whatever I'm using rectifies that. But still, if I listen to the old raw tapes, man, my whole house rumbles.
Yeah, your whole house shakes, Lord Rick.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh yeah,
right?
Well, so.
Yeah, I've definitely done a lot of episodes. I could tell you that. And it doesn't seem like I've done that many, but they start to add up after a while.
They really do. I was seriously laughing. I was like, there must be like 24, 25 files in there. And like some of them are like wicked long too. Like there's like 2 or 3 hour shows. Some of them I still listen to because I just get a kick out of them. Like you just go on a tirade against people and it's like humorous. Like the Pine Barrens one's a classic.
Oh yeah,
a classic. Seriously,
you know, that was a great
go on.
But I'll tell you, I mean, it's just, my hair was supposed to be red, it turned fucking pink. So, you know, imagine going through New York City with pink hair. You know,
That's what happened.
and then of course, you know, we meet along the way, investigators, and I brought my friend who has a tumor in his head, and the military actually dehumanized him. So he lost it in the Pine Barrens. He was like wanting to kill me, and he was, you know, he was all paranoid and scared and hiding in the truck and shaking. I mean, it was bad, man, and I was sick too. Very sick because I got...
Like, I don't know, I have this vivid imagination, and I can just totally see, like, National Lampoon presents Lord Rick at the Pine Barrens. Like, it just is like your story of it is just so humorous. I listen to it, like, seriously all the time. I'm like, I have friends come over and, like, they're like, you know, like, who's this Lord Rick guy? I'm like, you gotta listen to this fucking show. This one's great. And, yeah, that's a good one. I just seriously just picture, like, the two of them screaming like women with you doing, like, obnoxious speed down dirt, like, sandy roads in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's just, seriously, like Chevy Chase popping out of the back with, like, a golf set or something. I don't know. It just seems so comical.
70 miles an hour, man. I was going 70 miles an hour down some of the dirt roads. The trees were flying past. I put over 3,000 scratch marks on the truck. And the guy, he was holding his, like, heart.
One of these days, I'm gonna put together like a best of show. One of these days, I'm gonna like seriously put together like an hour best of show, because there's some funny moments. There really is. The skunk ape moment, that one kills me. It was fun. I can never find it, but that one kills me. And then just recently, I don't know if you realize you have the phone muted or not, but you were talking to some dude about he scammed you on a dime bag or something. That was radio gold, because that dude said the funniest thing that every pot dealer in America says: "I got the best shit in the county." I don't care if you're in Afghanistan, Australia, the moon, in Atlantis, the drug dealer is going to come up to you and go, dude, I got the bomb shit. I got the best shit around. Like, I hear that from everybody. I got the best shit around. And then the first thing he says out of his mouth is, oh, I won't scam you again. You know me. I got the best stuff in the county. Like, yeah, you and everybody else in the park.
Yeah.
That's a gold moment. I'm trying to think what else too. I was going to put together a blooper reel too, because you have a couple funny moments where you flub some stuff. At one point, I think you said you'll be amazed to read what you hear, and I'm like, I wonder if you realize you said that, and it didn't make any grammatical sense whatsoever. So I was like, I said that I have like a 15-minute blooper reel together, and then I have some good rants. I don't know. I'm going to put together a best of show one of these days. It'll be funny. You'll get a kick out. Like I said, I have archives from so long ago. So it'll be fun. And then, like, I think the Bill Bean one too. That Bill Bean guy, like, says some really irregular things a couple times. I was going to put together a nice Bill Bean segment because I was like, what is this guy talking about? Like, what is this guy talking about? Yeah, yeah. I think you were his first interview.
Yeah, he was pretty. He had a lot of stuff to tell, I'll tell you. I told him sometime he can come back on the show. He said, yeah, but... So we'll have him back on eventually. Oh, there's...
You know who you need to get back on? Is that SWAT team Ghostbusters you were with. You got to get those people on the phone. I bet they'd be a hoot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, those people just...
It was the Bonnie and Clyde of Ghostbusters. They were cute. I like them. And you know what's crazy, right? They say they don't go hiking in their gear, right? But, like, dude, what was their gear? Cargo pants and boots. Like, that's what you hike in. Like, how can you say you don't hike in that gear? You look like you're dressed for SWAT anyway. So if they were dressed for tennis, or if they were dressed for golf, I can understand that complaint. But they're dressed in SWAT gear. How could that be a problem?
She says, we don't want to get our uniforms dirty. Next time, warn us when we're going in the woods. I told the guy, we're going to go hiking in the woods. I said, to a ghost town, and then they turn around and they acted like it was a surprise. They're like, woods? What about gators? What about snakes? Man, I spend more time in the woods lately than I do in civilization. And here I am doing my show. You know?
Those people were crazy. They looked so badass, and they weren't. And that was so great. Like, when I saw these pictures, like, he seriously had, like, the redneck deluxe going on. You could just tell, like, he had the hair, and he had the gear, and, like, seriously, I bet he had a big fat belt buckle, and he was just ghost busting his head off, and there he had his wife with him, and they had so much gear, and then like you're like, oh, they said they weren't ready for camping. I'm like, I'm ready for camping. They look like an REI store. What are they talking about? They're not ready for camping. They seriously, I'm surprised he didn't pull the batarang out of his fucking commando belt. Wow.
Oh, it was bad because we got to the woods and they had this machine on wheels to get some infrared readings. And I'm like, how are you going to take that into the woods for a couple miles? They had all the equipment, state-of-the-art, $300 recorders, 5-6 video cameras, fucking machines I don't even know, ghost-busting machines I've never seen in my life. They look like they belong on taps, not with the Paranormal and Ghost Society. But I
saw my first episode of Taps the other day. And I gotta be honest, right? While I was impressed with the evidence, whether it was real or fake, I was like, wow, that's kind of cool, the lighthouse. I have to be honest. The guy that looks like he has an eraser for a head, the big guy there, he's a total goon. I don't know who he is. Like, I was so like, where did they find this guy? A bowling alley?
Eraser?
Like, seriously, I don't know what his name. He looks like a knobhead. I was like, who's this knobhead? He has no neck.
Oh,
you know, like there's two guys. They look like a 10 when they stand together.
I forgot
their names. There's like this.
I know.
Yeah, there's like this skinny guy who looks like he's from Kentucky, and then there's like the big fat bald guy. Like, what is up with? I don't know.
Oh,
and then they get this whole round robin. They get this whole like round robin crew of noobs who have no idea what they. It's like they got this one dude. He's afraid of heights. Like everything they like. Like what are you talking about, dude? Is that his name? He looks like Blue Bear from that American Hot Rod show. He's got like curly hair. He looks all messy.
The Lighthouse was a good. I liked the Lighthouse episode though.
That was good. Seriously, the evidence was pretty good. I got to be honest. I was totally, because I listened to Rick and I'm like, all right, I've never seen these guys. I want to rip them apart. And like, wow, personally. Oh, what was it? Millie, what was? You ever see the one where they're at some hotel and the guy falls off a chair and he's all crybabying about it?
Oh,
like the hotel, everything was rigged. Everything was rigged, and he went.
They were in a hotel from The Shining, weren't they? That's the episode you're talking about?
No, they went. There was just some blue lady or something, and they ended up. The whole place was faked. Yeah. Do you know that the whole place was fake? They had the little hydraulics and stuff.
Yeah,
and he was looking
they were
for
really
more fake stuff in the attic, and he fell down and rolled his ankle. Yeah. He got they got so pissed off. I'm like, dude, who cares? Getting paid. You know?
Do you remember that interview I did? You guys remember that interview I did for that paranormal group on Now Live?
Yeah, I remember.
Oh yeah, those guys. Yeah.
The Taps guys. They're like sponsored by Taps or a chapter or whatever, a branch off, you know. And it's like some of these people think because they're a chapter off some big name group that they're it. You know, they're like, well, we got Taps on our side. But it's like I'd rather have my own group any day and have my own criteria and all that than be following someone like Taps. Because not everybody does everything like Taps, you know?
Yeah, I wasn't impressed with Taps. And I thought I don't know, I thought it was really slick. Like I said, I saw 3 episodes. I saw the one with the Augustine Lighthouse. I saw the one where they went to that hotel and everything was faked, and they got all pissed off. And then I think I kind of caught some other one they were at a house. I didn't really pay attention. But like the St. Augustine one, right? You know, like their evidence seemed pretty. I mean, I like the hair on my arms like stood up when I saw the video of like the shadow figures and crap, and the girl saying "Help me." I was like, wow, that's really got me into EVP. I was like, that's. But then, you know, like, you're like, well, was it real? You know? Like,
you never know, because it's on TV. So they have
you never know. You never, yeah, but I tell you what, History Channel has a show called Monster Quest, where every week they do something different. Like this week they did giant hogs, last week they did Thunderbird, and they did one on ghosts. And they went to the Lizzie Borden house, and they had some pretty good evidence. They had some military thermal camera, and the bottom of this box was really hot. And this box had a lot of paranormal history, I guess, to it. But what I was telling Rick, I don't know if it was yesterday or today, but they were packing up. They were like done for the night, and they're packing all that crap up. And they had a camera that was on that box in the corner of the room, and they were in a bedroom, and the bed was in the middle of the room. And they put their EVP recorder in the center of the bed. and they weren't even like asking questions or anything like that. They were just packing up idle chatter, and you literally hear something go, "So," and it sounded like the person was right next to the EVP recorder, and then the guy was like, they had this police expert or something, voice analyst, really go over it. But then they went back and they watched the videotape from the camera that was across the room, and the voice sounded like it was also right next to the camera, and it was this eerie, like, so, I don't know, it was really bizarre. They got it in what they call the chimney room, which is where the servant or something, or the groundskeeper, or the housekeeper guy, sort of, that was his room, and I don't know, they, I guess, had previous evidence of a previous group that had gone in there, and the guy put the camera on the chest that the camera was on. That's why they had the camera on the second time around. And something moved the camera. There was a girl with the group, and they moved the camera to follow the girl. All of a sudden the camera just moved to the left. It was weird. And they were like, "Did you see that?" Went back and fixed the camera, and as soon as the girl walked away, the camera moved again to follow her. So apparently that room had some sort of... I said, I didn't really believe in heebie-jeebies, but I saw that. I was like, well, that's pretty unexplainable. So, yeah. So, but yeah, I wasn't impressed with Taps. They look like a 10 standing together. Those two, I don't know. Like, I don't know. The personality of the big guy, too, just totally turned me off.
Yeah, he's kind of rude sometimes. He's kind of...
he's rude and he's obnoxious. He's very pompous.
He's always like, "Oh, I'm a skeptic,
I'm a
skeptic. Every time I go in, I don't believe it's skeptic." That's all he says all the
time. Yeah, he's very pompous.
And then he's not a skeptic, so you're like, okay, so are you or aren't you a skeptic? Just make up your mind already. So it is
and you know
weird.
what's great is
I can stand
there's a weird
though.
tension between those two.
Yeah.
There's a weird tension between those two because you know what? You can tell the fat bald guy runs everything, and the skinny, like country boy guy, like wants to run everything, and he thinks that there's a partnership 50-50, but you can tell it's not like that. Like the big guy runs the show, and the other guy's you can kind of tell he's kind of resentful of it. So
one thing
yeah, whatever.
Is, do they really work for Roto-Rooter? Because they always show in the show that they work for that. They're plumbers. I'm like, okay, and they show them working and how they get calls from some girl in the office about some place that's haunted. I'm like, they don't really work there because they have to make their money. But I'm like, you have a show on Sci-Fi, so I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this much. I don't know how many shows that they have, but I've dealt with Discovery personally once, and I have a friend from New York who actually was on. They had an Urban Explorer show. I don't know if you remember the Urban Explorer show. They had like an Urban Explorer and a scientist kid and an athlete or something, and and they did this. But my friend Steve Duncan had done this show, and I mean they pay you nominally, but they don't. I mean, you're not getting like $30,000-$40,000. You're getting a couple grand and a free flight. Basically, if I remember, I think I remember him telling me that he had enough money to buy himself a camera that he really always wanted, and he got to fly around for free and stuff. But I don't remember him. I think they did 6 or 7 shows, and I don't remember them making. From what he told me, he didn't make an assload of money off it. And I remember when they were doing Cities of the Underworld, they were contacting people, and I got a contact from them when they were looking for a host. I wouldn't have done it. I got a big fear of heights, and that guy does some crazy stuff. But when they were discussing money, they were like, to host the first season of Cities of the Underworld, I would have got a lump check of $10,000. That would have been it. Which, that's great. It's great money, but it's also a 6-month commitment. So you think about it, you're committed for 6 months, and, it's one of those situations where they would call you, and then you'd have to take off, go, and then come back and sort of sit around like on call, like a tow truck driver when it was time to go to the next thing that they had set up. It wasn't like you just do it bang, bang, bang. They were like, we need a 6-month commitment out of you. You need to be ready to fly. You need to be ready to go, and you'll make $10,000 off of this. And I'm not really into airplanes just yet, so I kind of turned them down. But I had another job on the horizon too, and I was really, I basically equated to, when that's over, then what, and I had to I went with the more stable of the 2 jobs, which, kind of, I kick myself for now, because now I watch Cities of the Underworld, and I'm like, I should have done that. I don't even know if I would have got it. Like I said, I just got a call. I wasn't like, but they, I mean, I don't think those Taps guys make much doing that show. They must make like 10 grand. I mean, they probably make royalties and crap, and I'm sure it doesn't hurt their business. So, you know, like I do a lot of stuff for free. I do like, I'm in like 4 or 5 books. I don't got paid a dime for it. But I just tell them, I'm like, I don't care. Just spell my name right at the back and make sure you don't screw up my website, you know? I'll just take the publicity. Pay me that way, you know? So
yeah, publicity helps, definitely. I agree with you totally on that. I'm going to be working eventually on some shows myself. I don't know. You know, I've talked to a lot of producers and TV networks, and a lot of them want me, but they just don't have the time slots. We live in such a different time period. You know, if it was 10 years ago, I would have already done it, you know. But now you got all these ghost hunter shows and all these adventure shows, so it's really hard to get in. You know what
your thing is you have a really crazy image, and you're not exactly like, you know, you drop a lot of F-bombs, smoke weed, you know, I want numerous girls, and a lot of these shows are trying to market these ghost programs. Like, you'd be a good ghost program on, like, HBO, you know, like X-rated Ghost Hunter, you know, like, that would work for you. But, like, trying to get you up on, like, History Channel or Sci-Fi, I don't think that you'll ever get you to fit that mold unless they try to tone you down from, like, the 12 that you're on right now down to, like, a meager 3. Which I don't see happening. So you're going to have to cut your own path on this one and definitely try and figure it out. But yeah, I think like HBO or Cinemax would definitely be more your speed. But you know what? It's not that far-fetched. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. Like, I mean, like I said, you watch Taps and these two guys look like goons. I mean, you're kind of crazy. Like, I can see that working. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're definitely not like the run-of-the-mill ghost hunter, that's for sure. You know, you show up to the door, you know, but what they could do is have, like, people that don't know who you are call the station, say, oh, if you have ghosts or something, we'll get an investigator out. And then they don't tell them who's going to show up, and then you show up, and you just do whatever you do, and just see what people's reaction to it all is. Because, you know, you have kind of an eccentric way about how you do your ghost hunt, so just don't even tell people, like, you know, they're expecting Taps to come out with EVPs and shit, and, you know, they get, like, Lord Rick, you know, and you just show up at the door like, all right, let's do this. Big fatty in your mouth, and, you know, beer in the other hand, like, you know, pink fucking hair, tattooed up, just roll in, just, you know, let's take, that would be good. You know what I'm saying? You need a twist. Like, you got to give it, I mean, you know, it's like ghost hunting with a twist, seriously. Like, and, you know, there's Rick hitting on the homeowner, you know, just
it would work. It would really work.
Know, I'm telling you.
It really would.
It would. Or
that would be kind of really successful, actually. People like
or what I was thinking is a reality show about a guy trying to make it as, like, you know, a famous ghost hunter. They just follow Rick around. Well, it's too bad too. They should have got in on it now, where he, you know, he's homeless. So it's like, this is this guy at his absolute lowest. Now let's follow him around with cameras and see if he achieves his dream of being a ghost hunter, a paranormal TV show host. You know, like, now's the time to get, like, the MTV reality cameras on this guy and just follow him around and see what the hell happens. What a great show, you know, like, making of the There's show. A lot of ideas. I don't know. Where's Puff Daddy?
A lot of ideas. You know, you were saying something about that Lighthouse episode that Taps did. You know, what was funny about it is that we went there, and I didn't do the history on the place, you know, because that's the type of ghost hunter I am and paranormal investigator. I really don't look at the history till after, just because I like the suspense, you know. But I went to the lighthouse, and I heard 3 little girls talking and giggling out about 10 feet in front of us in the wood line or whatever. And the guy I was with got really scared because, you know, the lighthouse sits in the middle of nowhere. You don't have any houses near it or residential or anything. You have maybe a couple houses on that peninsula of land. But, man, I went home and I looked at the research and found out, like, 3 little girls had died. And I'm like, shit. Because we went hiking, there's a trail behind there, and we've seen eyes looking at us, and that lighthouse turned out to be a really good haunted place. And, of course, you know, all Taps did was publicize it or, you know, promote it a little bit more, basically. But we went there because we enjoyed ourselves. It was for the enjoyment, not, you know, we're not publicizing it or anything. We just wanted people to know, hey, there's some real paranormal shit going on here. And there was. And those little girls, I mean, we heard little girls, and that, I mean, to me, that's a ghost. That's nothing else but a ghost, you know, out there.
I'm convinced my house is haunted.
Oh, yeah, you were telling me about that.
Completely convinced my house is haunted. All this crazy. We got one of those ceiling fans in the kitchen. It's got 3 lights. Same light burns out every time. And it burns out weird, too. It flickers 2 or 3 times and then just explodes. I'm like, what's that? And then one time, the light had done it, where my wife and I were just in the kitchen. The thing did it. I go in the closet, grab another bulb. I screw the bulb. As soon as it makes electrical contact, boom, that one explodes. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. We got a 3-way light out in the living room, and that thing just flickered and popped. My cats act like crazy all the time. They're always clawing at the attic door trying to get up in the attic. My wife is completely terrified to go up in the attic alone sometimes. She's like, I'm not going up there. You have to come with me.
You got the Session 9 chair, right?
I have the Session 9 chair in my attic, so yes, anything can happen. And I tell you what, there was one day, right, because the way my house is set up, it's like a big long hallway, and I'm kind of, with all the years of music, I'm sort of half deaf in one ear, so if I have something playing music-wise, I can't hear anything. And I get real jumpy when my wife's about to come home from work, because she always scares the hell out of me because I don't hear her come in. So I'm always looking down the hallway to see if she's there, and I look down the hallway, and I swear I saw, like, the back end of someone walking in my kitchen with like a black trench. She's got a black trench. So I'm like, oh, Anna's home. Boom. Run down the kitchen, walk in the kitchen, there's no one there. And our kitchen goes through, like, you can go down the hall into the kitchen, through the bedroom, back into the hall. So it's like a big circle. And I ran through the whole circle. She wasn't there. And I was like literally standing in the kitchen confused. And then I heard her talking on the phone down the hallway, and she walked in. And not only was she not in the house, but she wasn't wearing a black trench coat. And I was like, what the fuck did I just see walk in my kitchen? Like, what was that? There's some strange stuff. I was in my attic once near the Session 9 chair. I was, when I have a couple, like, I picked up all these old pamphlets before they trashed Amherst State Hospital. And whenever I sell DVDs and junk, I'll throw, like, an old pamphlet in or something. So I was done making a set for somebody, and I went upstairs to get some pamphlets. I had it in my hand, and I turned around, and I swear someone touched me on the back of my neck. And I was like, oh, getting the F out of here. And I just tore out of the stair. I'm like, enough of this. Like, get me out of here. But yes, like, strange things do tend to occur around this house now. And I tell you what, it wasn't just this house, and that's why I'm convinced it's this Amherst stuff, because the place I lived before, I had all the stuff in a closet, and I actually had a different cat at that place, and that cat used to always meow at the closet. And what's really weird is 2 months after I moved out of that place, I don't know, you guys are in California, but honestly, people heard about this down in Florida. There was a huge chemical explosion, and it, like, literally leveled the whole neighborhood. And the house that I lived in got leveled, like, by that explosion after I moved out. No one got hurt, luckily, but I always thought that maybe that had some weird blowback from it, Because every place I've ever lived, I've had this junk in my house. I've had weird stuff go on, so who knows? But I can't just get rid of it, because I had such a history with the place that it's like my little, so it's always like a catch-22. Like, I always say to them, like, something weird will happen. My wife will, look at me, and I'll be like, oh, we can't just throw this stuff away. What do we do with stuff? Who knows? We'll just deal with it. So far, the ghosts have always been nice. Yeah, exactly. Well, I used to say when we used to go up there, we used to park at this industrial park, and then we'd have to cut through that ominous cemetery you always hear about with the numbers on the headstones, no names. And I used to always say, I'd say that these spirits here, like, I carry the legacy. Like, I took paperwork and things out, and I try to give out as much as I can to people so that the place isn't kind of forgotten. So I always kind of felt like the spirits or whatever was up there kind of kept me safe because I sort of carry all the history with me, and I really treasure it and take very good care of it. I try to refurbish all the signs that I took, and the paperwork that I have, I'm not out, like, selling it, for... I try to give out as much as I can. If you ask anybody on Deggy, if I ever send them stickers, I always send them a big envelope full of Danvers paperwork or something, or like old pamphlets that came out of the library and junk like that. No patient files or anything like that, but like just basic, like mental health pamphlets and stuff that says the hospitals and like letterheads and crap like that, like blank letterheads. And I've always kind of felt that if there was a spirit, it kind of keeps me healthy and safe to make sure that I do pass this stuff out to people so that the place isn't forgotten, Who knows? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just some crafty little ghost that's pissed I got that chair upstairs. What's really weird, though, is I'll tell you what, the people I got that chair from, it's really odd, too, because, like, that hospital burned down twice. after they started doing the construction, they had 2 major fires up there. One of them was so bad that they literally had to shut down Route 1 and Route 95 because the fire was off the wall, okay? This is right after they did the construction. Then, the people who did the salvaging was this company called Norris, and they went in, they took out all the porcelain bathtubs, and legally, you know, they went in and took out all the antiques, and they sold their antique shop. Their antique shop, which was also full of things from all sorts of other old, you know, being demolished buildings. Their whole antique shop 2 weeks ago just burned to the ground. Everything just burned to the ground.
Wow.
So it starts to make you wonder. And then, like I said, in that chair, they actually were the ones who pulled the chair out. I was in contact with them, and I told them what I knew. They were asking me how to navigate the hospital a little bit because I really knew my ins and outs. And as a thank you, they pulled the chair out for me and gave it to me as a token. So the chair actually was at their shop as well. And then now it's here, and now my cats are like going crazy at the attic door. I made my wife go get fire insurance. Everybody's had contact.
Get some rental insurance.
I'm telling you. So yeah, like I said, I'm not a huge believer in the other world, but there's been some kooky stuff that happens around all this asylum-y sort of thing. So you know, who knows? It's fun anyway.
Yeah.
Whatever the spirit is, it hasn't messed with us. So.
Well, you take good care of the stuff. You know, you're not like some people who abuse it. You care about the history. Just like me, I love state hospitals, and I've been to a few, years ago. But in Florida, that's one thing Florida had lacked. They didn't have much state hospitals. Out in California, I guess there's a few abandoned ones out here that I'm willing to check out. Out near Savannah, they have one too, and I almost could walk to it, but I had another 3 miles to go. I was just like, fuck it, because I did the whole investigation all night long on foot. It was the biggest one I've done.
I actually have a state hospital documentary about a California state hospital. It's called Patton State Hospital. I don't know where the hell it is, though. Millie might actually have heard it. She's a California native. It's called Patton State Patton, like General Patton, P-A-T-T-O-N, Patton State Hospital. It's out in California. I got some old documentary from it from the 80s. It's quite entertaining.
Oh, man.
But, yeah. I don't know where it is out there. Patton State Hospital.
Well, for
Sounds
me,
so familiar.
when I go to state hospitals and stuff, I feel more tense than anywhere else I go. And I remember when I went to the state hospital up in Buffalo, New York, that was where most of my experiences were. Like, we had a door one time. Oh, yeah.
Buffalo State is badass. Buffalo State with the Twin Towers, that's such a cool looking Kirkbride. I don't even know if it's a Kirkbride. It's badass looking now. That's one of the ones we always wanted to go to, but really, that's a toughie to get into. A lot of people can't get into it.
It's changed. The first time I went into it, there was a giant hole in the wall, but it was a 7-foot climb. And then that was the first time. The second time, I went through the basement window. And the third time, I squeezed between the fence and went up the stairwell to the 3rd floor and opened the window and hopped in. It was actually, well, see, the thing is a lot of people were getting in and leaving other openings for people like me. But I could never get into the towers or the administration area. They had those cinder blocked off. And each time I went to the state hospital, they would have a certain sector blocked off with concrete because the city started to get smart to keep people out of certain areas. But I was the first one to be in the catacombs in years. And, of course, back then I was pretty crazy, and we, ended up going, like, right through a wall into the catacombs. And those go deep down, and there's pipes that run along the catacombs in the stone, and it heats up the tunnel. So the tunnel's like 105, 110 degrees. And as soon as you go through one end to the other end, you come out drenched, soaking wet. It's really an amazing place. And I have friends that I used to talk to over the years that have been in those towers, but they're very unstable and safe. And it is one of the more badass Kirkbride buildings. It is.
Yeah,
I love
it's definitely cool. New York's got some cool places out there.
New York's great for that. But that hospital's changed. Like I said, every time I went, it was different. Like when I first went in, there was a dollhouse. There was rat traps everywhere. There was wheelchairs and machines and hospital equipment. Second time, All the rat traps were gone. Dollhouse was gone. The clothes up in this little crawl space we found, gone. They were cleaning it up. And then, like, the third time, it was just, there was nothing left to look at. Just painted new walls. They're restoring it. And I guess one time some guy went in and didn't come out. I heard that one, too. So, I don't know. I mean, I went in that, I've heard things in that asylum. And I know they're paranormal. I heard a girl scream. It was the most shrilling thing I've ever heard in my life. I mean, if a guy like me, to be a little bit on the edge means it's something that's real paranormal. Not just, you know, hey, it's a bunch of kids screwing around. I sat there, like the asylum has thin floors, so you could hear if somebody's above you. And I sat there hearing screams and crying and of a female, and it just got stronger and closer. And the floor above me, the dust was falling on her head. Something was above us. It was just pounding, and it was getting closer and closer, and it stopped at the stairs in the basement entrance, actually. And, you know, I've had so many experiences, and I brought, the guy that I brought with me, he brought his wife. I brought another girl, and like I used to bring huge groups in that asylum, like 5, 6 people at a time at like midnight. And they never were the same. They'd come out of there white as a ghost. One girl couldn't sleep for weeks on end. She says, you know, you're supposed to work me into this, not take me to a place like that. And there's things that go on.
You got a lot of state hospital.
Oh yeah, I love it all. I love it all.
I like one of those abandoned state hospitals.
I mean, these people, yeah, Danvers. These people were just.
Oh no, actually, Metro State, which actually is would have been until they tore it down. You would have actually enjoyed it for paranormal research, known as the Hospital of Seven Teeth, for its ominous. It was for criminals and mental hospital for criminals, and a patient had gone missing for like a week. And then, like, I'm not quite sure if it was a week or a few days, but it was a substantial amount of time. And they found another patient, like a week later, playing with 7 of her teeth. You know, like, and that happened. We got murdered by another patient in this place. Patient got murdered by another patient, and nobody even noticed. No one caught it or anything. So there's a big stigmatism about it. I think Fox did the scariest places on earth in that place, and I met my wife in there, so you gotta love state hospitals. They're very versatile.
Oh yeah, I went to a state hospital in Utica one time. Well, you probably know which one. And there was holes in the floor. Yeah, Utica, and they had we were on the 3rd floor, and the part of the floor was missing. And back then we were pretty daring, and the one guy walked along the edge. I mean, and he almost fell to his death. And we walked on a 1-foot crevice across. We walked all the way across and made it. But he went the real thin way where it was like 3 inches wide against the floor. And I remember those times. That Utica one was falling apart. It was bad. There was holes. I mean,
Danvers had been falling apart too. Actually, Danvers had some holes you could drive Volkswagens through. We used to go up there, like, after, when we first went up there, Danvers was, like, this cool place to go up. But, like, after you start going to the same place 3 times a week for years and years, and you start to know it, like, when you're at, like, because, I mean, we lived literally 5 minutes from Danvers. So it was just, and we kind of ran the place. Like, we could do circles around the guards. They just couldn't catch us. We knew all the ins and outs, all the openings, how to get this open stuff. So after a while, we used to just go up there and torment the poor guard company. Here in Massachusetts, you can't. It was illegal for the police or the guards to enter the building because of insurance purposes. Big sue-happy state up here. So, like, literally, you could be raising the devil in the gymnasium, and they couldn't come in and stop you. There was nothing they could do but yell at you from outside. So it always proved to be good fodder and fun times up there. But yeah, like, we were up there one night, and like I said, there's huge holes in the floor, and we used to go with these dudes called the Rat Finks, and they were insane. They would just do anything. And we lost track of this dude, Adam, and he just took off. And then I finally called him on the phone, and he told me that he's like, yeah, I'll meet you guys in a minute, but I just fell down a floor. Like, he literally was walking in the dark, you know, not paying attention, and just literally walked off. A floor collapsed down to the floor below, and he just walked off it like, woo, yeah, see you later. So, you know, he survived. He was okay. I called him. I said, hey, let's make fun of security. He's like, I'd love to, but I just fell off the floor. I didn't want to go home. So that was the end of that. It's funny, too. I think the only thing he was bitching about was he lost his hat in the fall.
We had a guy like that once. Well, you know Jason, the Juggernaut or whatever. He ended up going in this house one time, which was, I don't know, some small hospital, but it was abandoned or whatever. And he walked. I told him, don't walk on that floor, man. It's weak. He fell through the floor with one leg hanging down and one leg up and was stuck in this hole, just halfway. And he was crying, literally crying. He's like, help me, help me. And below him, in the basement, was a sectioned-off concrete room with no doors. And you could peek 6 feet over it, and it was filled with dead rats, possums, animals, and water. And he's literally hanging above this cesspool of fucking shit, you know. And I actually did rescue him. I grabbed his arm, but he's a 300-pound guy. He's big, he's huge. I mean, strong, you know. And he had one leg out and one leg in. And I pulled him out. And but he had tears down his eyes. He just that's the whole thing, is he's hearing impaired, so he didn't hear me when I told him not to walk over there, and he ended up doing it anyways. I've had some pretty good times with him investigating, exploring. He wasn't into the paranormal. He just liked to explore, you know, but he was the daredevil. Walk over beams that are high up and stuff. I was like, nah, man, you ain't going to get me doing that. I'll do all kinds of crazy shit. I'll jump in a volcano almost. But just me doing something foolish like that, walking over a weak floor, you know, that comes with the experience. You know where to walk and where not to walk in those state hospitals. So definitely.
Yeah, even though you know where to go and where not to go. I've put my foot through floors before. Luckily, I've never fallen through, but you know, I've had some friends go through. My friend Red went right through a floor, like, just put his foot down, bang. Like, right up to his balls on the floor. I was like, oh. So we actually had, there was a real shaky section in Danvers, and we put down boards across it, and they used to jokingly call it the Mike Digital Memorial Causeway. We used to kick the window boards off, and then we took the window boards and made this like makeshift bridge over a real spongy section of floor. How I never fell through a floor, I'll never understand, because I walked through some sketchy stuff in that building. Like, I've seriously walked over some sketchy floors, and I never had a problem. Like I said, I always thought that if there was some spookies in there, that they kind of kept me safe. Who knows? But yeah, how I never felt it. But people, you know, people have taken some serious diggers, especially in those old asylums. Some of those things have been closed up to like 30 years, and they're just falling apart real bad. Like Hudson, I don't know if you ever went to the Hudson one. You were out in New York. I don't know if you ever made it out there, but man, Hudson River Psych, holy crap. I mean, they had a fire out there last year. They blamed it on lightning, but who knows? But even before that, that place was sketchball. Like, to get to one end, you have to literally walk through the basement and climb over debris, because like the third floor would fall to the second, to the first, to the basement. So I'm surprised you never made it out there. That's not too far from Buffalo. That's about 6 hours.
Yeah, I didn't make it. Actually, I was about an hour away from it one time, and I never got to go. I kind of feel bad about it now. But
yeah, in Poughkeepsie. Yeah. You ever been out to the one in Wingdale? What's that one? Harlem Valley out in Wingdale, New York? That's another good one, too. Were we losing Millie?
I was trying. You know what I wanted to get into? Is the Greystone one. Greystone in New Jersey. And I had plans and everything planned, and, you know, that was my Pine Barren episode, how that backfired. And I didn't get to go. And I guess they want to destroy it, or demolish it at least.
Oh, it's being demolished. You should get up on Deggy. They got some pictures of it being tore up. Yeah, that's
see, when I was there, that's one of the reasons why I planned that trip out to New Jersey, because I was promised a tour of Greystone, and I didn't get my tour, so I was pissed, you know, because because I was supposed to be shown by another urban explorer, and I didn't get shown it. It was just, I got the whole speech, well, you know, I'm on probation for drugs and this and that. It's like if you don't want to go, don't go, but I don't want to miss out on a good asylum anytime. Whether it's day or night, I'll go, you know.
I'm trying to think.
You know, the thing is, I'm sorry.
All right.
I have to go, but it was nice calling in. All right?
Yeah, we're glad you called in. We're glad you called in.
Yeah, it was nice. It was much better than last week.
Definitely.
So,
right.
Hopefully the show will get out to a lot of people. I hope a lot of people will listen.
Yep.
You know,
hey,
it's
I know that when
Farwell To Jackson show.
Oh yeah. Good luck, and I'm glad you're leaving, and good luck with your move.
Oh yeah, well I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, everything will be much better now. You'll see.
I'll have this phone off, so I'm going to have to go get a Metro PCS just to keep the shows going until I can get my own place. But that's the nice thing about this show, is that other people can also help run it and host it, co-host, whatever. People can call in and make it what it is. I don't need a computer to run it, you know. I mean, it helps, but you know, right now the way it is, it's been running pretty good. It's live and it's on the streets. So, can't get better than that.
Yeah. Well.
But you, I'm glad you called in.
Oh, thank you.
I'll end up probably doing the show wrap up in a couple minutes, and then it'll be a while before I do my next show. So, what I'll do is I'll let everybody know on Daggy 5 and on my blogs and announcements what's going on, you know, but
maybe I'll do
tonight's
or something in the time being.
Yeah, you could do some best ofs. I mean, you know, I enjoy doing the show, and I do it for everybody, you know, because it is something that unifies everybody together so they can listen or call in or whatever. I mean, that's the nice thing about these shows, is that other people can call in. When I pre-recorded it, I really couldn't have people call in and give their own opinions. You know, so that's what's nice, is everybody can be an individual on the show. And, of course, there's no censorship. If there was, I wouldn't do it, you know. So, but I'm always glad to have people call in. I don't know how many listen tonight live, but I know that the stats are off on Now Live. Like it says on my last show, nobody listened, but we know a lot of people listened on it throughout the time, even if it's for 10 minutes, you know. So they haven't perfected the stats.
There was a good number.
Yeah. Well, you know, the thing is they don't have the statistics perfected yet. It's nice to keep track of who listens, but, you know, these shows can be archived, and we can always distribute them on Lulu down the road or whatever. You know, and that's the nice thing. They can be heard 5 years from now. You know, and this episode is its own special episode. It really is. I mean, how many times can I say goodbye, Jackson? You know, but it's been real crazy, and I would, you know, it's priceless if I could have my friends here with me. If I could have other people here with me hanging right now, they could laugh with me, and they could see all the crazy shit that happens to me when I camp or I walk hotel to hotel, or, you know, it's been crazy the last few months. I'm like a nomad, you know. Got my cats in my bag and my clothes, and I just wander here and there. So to be able to do the show, I haven't lost it, you know. I still hold strong. I still do the show, and it's not like I'm lying in some park right now drinking, you know.
Yeah,
so
you never
it's a wonderful thing.
Fighting.
Yeah, I don't give up. I want to always try to be good at what I'm doing. But, you know, I have to also, I mean, the thing about journeying in life is the friends you come across. That means something to me, you know. It's like the guy that picked me up the other day that runs a smoke shop. He just offered me a ride like 4 miles, you know. And it's like the people along the way is what makes it worthwhile. It's just like me doing this paranormal. It's like, you know, because I run a group, because I cross paths with Mike on UER, you know, and that's what happens. You just cross paths with each other, and you make good friends at last. And this show has brought a lot of friends together too.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, I'll keep trying to do it, even if I lose my phone. I'll just get another phone.
All right, then. So
but I love doing the show. I know, you got to go. You got to go.
I'm sorry. I know, I'm sorry.
Well,
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. We're really glad you called in the show tonight. I'm glad to have your opinion and your input. I value it.
I know that whenever someone calls in, they get to ask you a question, but since I have to go, I can't. But maybe next time. I was going to ask you something about UFOs, actually. Yeah, that's a shame. I can't do it now.
Well, next time I do the show, you can ask me about. You can ask me about UFOs.
It's so funny because
Good
I never have a
for
question.
next week.
I never have a question, and this time I do have a question. It sucks, but yeah, I'll just save it, okay? All right.
Yeah, go ahead and save it. You have a good night.
Yeah,
I'll close the show in a little bit. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Good night. She always sounds so good on the air.
Hung up.
now I'm trying to figure out who. There was a girl that called in earlier, and I forgot.
Yeah, I 201. 201. I don't know whether her area code was 201 or something.
Her area code.
I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Man,
I just heard
I
someone going,
I'm like, the Lord is back, and she hung up. Probably thought she was on the Christianity channel or something, you know.
Good
Lord, he speaks.
Hey,
it was pretty good.
You've actually had a pretty good showing tonight. I think your max number of listeners, at least according to these stats, was like 12. And in chat room right now, it looks like you got about 5 people, myself included. And yeah, it's been kind of dead though. I think people have just been
reruns. Well, YouTube and then the reruns, and then if I put them on my site eventually, that'll help too. And then plus, I want to start putting them on disc because.
Well, I think a lot of it too is the time zone thing is a little weird because it's pretty late over here, so I think a lot of people drop off. I mean, luckily, the wife and I have tomorrow off, so we can hang, but most people, like 12:48 on a Sunday is pretty rough. So, I mean, it's probably it's got to be like 9 o'clock over there. It's got to be just sunsetting, right?
3 hour difference.
So how's it go? Yeah, that's a big difference.
Yeah, it's about 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's so late over here, so a lot of people drop off, even like the New Yorkers and stuff, you know, because like even like the people that like aren't deggy, most of them are in the Northeast anyway, so they're kind of bound by Eastern Standard Time, you know. So yeah, what can you do, right? At least it wasn't at least it wasn't a whole. Nice for you.
The cops have showed up on my radio show. This doesn't get any.
Are they there for you?
This doesn't get any better than. Huh?
No, they can't be there for you.
Actually, the cops. I'm just standing in a parking lot.
Hi, tell me all that.
Huh? Is there a problem or? Oh no, I'm just standing here on my phone. Okay. Yeah, I'm visiting at the hotel. Okay. Across the street. Actually, I don't. I just came out here to chill a little and cool off, because I was staying at the Holiday Inn Express across. No, man. Yeah. Richard Rowe. And 52875. Actually, it's just R. Okay. He's making a phone call. This is live, folks.
What's he doing?
He wants my name to make sure I'm not a serial killer, and he's just going to call it in.
He's probably checking for warrants.
Amador. It's an Amador County sheriff, Amador County and stuff. But they, you know, what's the chances of me getting stopped twice in one day by the cops?
Yeah, you know what? It's almost to the point where you just say goodbye to those people in that crazy town.
Yeah, they're bored. There's just nothing else for them to do, you know. We were walking with a buddy of mine, and this one cop, the one that stopped me today, followed us for 2 miles. We went to the park. He pulled in the park watch. We went down a street. He followed us and passed by staring. They're just so bored. I mean, you could be walking, and they'll be like, "What's your name?" You know, I don't know. I have a very clean record, but, you know, in the past, I've had things on my record and stuff, and I mean, everybody does, you know. And
yeah,
and
what's the
sometimes
worst thing you do to loitering?
That pretty much, but he said I'm okay standing here because, see, I'm standing in a parking lot right now. I'm standing there in the parking lot of the county agency that discriminated against me, and I'm doing the show from here because I thought it'd be a perfect place to do the show live tonight. But, you know, it's obvious when you're standing in a parking lot of an empty building, they get a little suspicious. They think you're going to, like, break in and everything.
Yeah, right. Did they take off, or are they still hanging out?
I'm sitting here with paranormal articles or whatever on space aliens. It's like, you want to see my articles, my space alien articles? So, this is good. Anyways, I was at the movie theater today, and I seen the thing for Journey to the Center of the Earth and the new X-Files. And I thought the X-Files was cheesy because it didn't look like it was all extraterrestrial and all that. It looked more like some cult thing, you know. And, of course, Journey to the Center of the Earth interests me because I've always been interested in exploring what's underneath us. That's one reason why I moved to California, because of the caves and tunnels and things. But that movie there, you know, it's basically, I guess, about dinosaurs they find or the lost world in the center of the earth, which would be impossible because it gets really hot when you go so far down. But, I don't know, it looks like a pretty cool movie, man.
Yeah, I haven't been to the theater in ages. The last movie I think I saw was one of the re-releases of Star Wars. I get the same thing your kids got there, that AD. I don't have the HD, but I have ADD. I can't sit still for 2 hours in a movie theater. It just doesn't work. I got like short attention. Yeah, I need short attention. Yeah, like I watch like Jackass sort of stuff because it's very clip oriented and it's, you know, it's bing 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 bing. I can't watch full. I try to watch full movies, but I lose. Even like I'm a huge Star Wars head, but I just can't sit through a whole. I just can't do it. I have no attention span whatsoever. It's pretty brutal.
The sheriff is leaving the parking lot. He waved to me.
Thank God.
So I am a free man.
Get the hell out.
I am a free man.
I'm a free. Yeah. Rick, you gotta get out of that town, bro.
Yeah, I know.
You have to get out of that town.
It doesn't fit me. That's the whole thing. It's like you put an eccentric guy either in the city or a big town, not in a small town. And the thing is that a lot of these people that are here, they're just, you know, small-minded. I mean, that's what it is. They're not, you know, they sit here and they don't know what paranormal is. I've even mentioned urban exploring to people around here and they don't even know. You know,
it's different out there because it's so new out there. You know, like it's really funny because in the circles I run, especially when I was back on UER, and it was kind of like, you know, like my thing, as much as I want to say, is like the center of the universe for Urbex. It really is, and it's really kind of small. But, you know, UER was pretty big for a while, and they had a big, huge audience all over the globe. But the one thing I always noticed they lacked was a lot of California and Oregon and Washington. There seems to be a real lack of anything out that way, Urbex-wise anyway. You know, there's like caves and ghost towns and stuff, but it just seems like it's so new out there that, you know, like, it's different out here. You know, like Danvers was built in like the 1800s and Buffalo was built in the 1800s and stuff, but like the stuff that was going on out that way in the 1800s were just like adobe huts and sort of caves and rock. You know, it was a lot of gold rush things.
Wood houses.
There wasn't a whole lot of there wasn't a whole lot of development. Everything out there is new, and there isn't a whole lot of Urbex out there to begin with. as it is. You know, I'm sure once you get into the cities, you know, if you were going to like Los Angeles and stuff, you probably, you know, aside from getting shot, you probably find a lot of things in the cities. But I think on like a town like Jackson, I mean, that's, you know, that's just close to being, you know, in like some random, you know, out here, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of something around Buffalo to compare it to, but like a Poughkeepsie, you know, just seems like out in the sticks, just nothing going on, you know. I heard you saying that they don't like let Walgreens and crap out there. We have a place out here, Marblehead. They won't put a McDonald's in. They won't put a Burger King in. They put a Dunkin' Donuts in, but the Dunkin' Donuts is like totally hidden. It doesn't look like a Dunkin' Donuts, and they barely wanted to let that. But you know, those rich bastards, they get their coffee addiction. They need it. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. They won't let Walmarts in. They don't want none of that. It's so snooty. Like, why? Why not? Do you don't like convenience? You know, you want to drive through towns over to get your stuff? What's wrong with you? You know, these things are here for convenience.
That's how it is.
People are strange.
Well, there's
so jaded.
It's in a valley. It's actually 1,200 feet up, and when you come over the mountain, you see Jackson, and that it's like a death trap. You're stuck in the mountains. There's no city nearby or anything like that, you know. And if you live in San Andreas, 16 miles from here, you have to come to Jackson to do your grocery shopping. So it's all little towns. One town has like 50 people. Another town I went to near here has 25. It's all small towns, and in like Jackson, you got 4,000, and in 3,000 up the road, 3 miles away. And it's just it's just out in the middle of nowhere. It's not a very booming town. And at night, the greatest thing you got going on a Friday is the Historic National has a DJ, and that's it. And it's the same.
Yeah, I know. I was reading that in your
drink.
I was reading that in your blog. I was like, oh Christ, that's gonna suck. Hotel parties, hotel hosting parties. You know,
crackhead hookers.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You know,
you can't go wrong with
bad
that
out here. Yeah. It's a lot of meth. A lot of meth out here. I mean, these girls are all cracked up and stuff, and it's like almost all of them are 16, 17, 18 years old. That's all the women, and the rest are all old hillbillies, you know? It's like, oh, man. It's just not the type of town an urban explorer or paranormal investigator is going to want to live. Now, Sacramento or a bigger city, yeah, I could do it. And I'm hoping by me being out here out west will allow other people to see these abandoned places I'm going to be doing. And, you know, it might draw in a bigger crowd out here. It might get more people to know what it is that is done. Whether it's exploring or paranormal, whatever, it's going to get people out and about to see things and do things, you know?
Oh, but I hope anyway.
Yeah, I can hope.
One can only hope.
Depends on my members. My members are very laid back, you know, quiet.
Like I said, I think after doing like an overall like spot check of what's going on, you know, like you know what, you can actually thank the people over at the Dramatica website, because it really does make it easy to kind of like, these are all his. I mean, they're trying to make fun of you, and you know, they do a pretty good job at, you know, poking a stick at you, but in the end, they really do consolidate. You know, if you're looking for everything all about, I mean, aside from the stupid posting your dating site ads, which is kind of tasteless, but whatever. But like, as far as like getting all your groups together, they've done a wonderful job of cataloging all your groups. So I kind of went through all the links, and I was just trying to do like my own, like, what would I do if I was trying to? Because you're always bitching that nobody posts in your forums. It's like the one thing you're always bitching. My members don't do shit. My members don't do shit. I'm like, well, why don't his members do shit? Let's figure this out. And I think that it's like this. Deggy's got 230 members, but I'll be honest with you, 70 of them log in daily and post. The rest of them, they sign up for a day and they take off. And you gotta try and figure out how to get the 70 people that do post and do interact somewhat all together on one forum. Because I'm sure, like, you know, you got like 1 or 2 people on your Yahoo groups that, you know, interact.
Right.
And then you got 1 or 2 people in your Google group, but they don't know the people in your Yahoo group because they're Google subscribers. And what you need to do is make one big, huge announcement on all your forums and say, look, these are all going to go away, and you all need to go to this one at pgs.org. and click on the forum button here, and this is going to be the new forum forever. Because all the stuff you do on those other forums, like the Yahoo and the Google and stuff, and send out your newsletters, you can do that on that PHP board, and then you get the people that were, the 2 people on the Yahoo, and the 4 people on the Google, and the 10 people over here, and, and you get them all together in one, and you have a better chance of, you get enough combustible things together, you have a better chance of a spark creating a fire. But if you have everything placed in different corners, I think, like I said, we're both Geminis, so I can see where your rationale is. You're trying to cover every base, but I think you're scattering yourself too much. And I think that's why you're not getting a good central core. Because people, and the other thing too is like those groups, they're not as personalized as when you go to the PGS forum on the PGS site. It's your colors, it's your banner, it's your logo, it's there. When you go to the Google groups, you look like every other Google group. Even if you do like a little color change, it's still a template, and it's still kind of, it gives that air of, this is just a Google group. And like I said, I used to do that stuff with my Deggy info. I'd pass out on the MSN, and I just noticed no one even cared when I did it on those other sites. It's just like I was just another MSN site. But when you go to Deggy, it's a little different. It's a little different than every other website. And I think that you have a great thing going with that other forum there. My best advice, I think. Yeah, the not the UE Paradise one, because the SMF's glitchy. If you don't know what you're doing, like I have this guy Tyler, who does all the really tough web work, and without him there would be no Deggy, because that SMF one is really tough. But like PHP BB3 that you have there, I mean that's a perfect form. It runs great. It's a great. I really think like the next chance you get a few minutes, I would unlock it, open it up, and let anybody join. If you want, you can mod me. I'm at a computer all day. If anyone starts acting like a fool, I'll put them in their place, and then just centralize everything to your website. I mean, it's a good website. You put enough time into it. Centralize everything. I mean, you don't have to shut your other groups down, but I think if you just centralized everything there, open the forum up, I think you get a little more activity
more
than what
people
you're
over,
getting.
Huh? Yeah,
I
would like to try to do that.
Definitely, you know what the thing is, too, is you can't get tossed. No one's going to give you any crap. I mean, how many times have you lost your MySpace group because someone got pissed off at you and was like, oh, he swears or he does this? You can't. That doesn't happen. I already checked into your web host toss. And, web hosting versus Google or Yahoo is so much different. Like, your web host doesn't give a flying F what you throw on your website as long as it's not graphic porn. Whereas Yahoo, if you make the slightest little infraction, they're like, oh, we don't want you to get out of here. So, I think, yeah, I mean, put it this way. You've been gone long enough. You haven't really had all the access in the world. What better time to sort of reemerge? You gotta you believe in ghosts and paranormal and all this, so you've got to believe in the energies around us and some sort of feng shui. And I think you really need to improve the chi and feng shui of your web presence. I think you're way too all over the place. And it makes it easier for groups like Encyclopedia Dramatica to pound on you because there's so much of you everywhere. You almost can't control how much how far out your tentacles reach. You really, I think you've pulled yourself back in, especially now that you've just had this sort of reset of life. You might actually get yourself a whole better direction, not be so scattered. Probably be more enticing to pull in investigators too, because I think it's overwhelming. You have so much going on, so many different intervals. It's almost overwhelming for someone to jump in. Whereas if you were just like, this is our site, PGS.org. Here's our forum, pgs.org/forum. Here's all our stuff. It's right here, central to our website. I think you'd be much better. And like I said, it would leave less fodder for jack-offs on Dramatica to make fun of you, and because that's what they pick on. So, get rid of that stuff. It's not helping you out anyway. As you see, you write all these emails and you think you're doing all this stuff, and then jerks are like, stop emailing me. So, what's the point of it? And like I said, the PHP BB site's fantastic, and a lot of people don't go to it because you have it set to private, and a lot of people don't want to have to email you and they just want to log, come in. They don't, a lot of people come to Deggy. They don't want to talk to me. They just want to join Deggy. No one, just the admin there, And I think the same thing comes is the community wants to build itself around the community with you kind of as a figurehead, but if they feel like they have to jump through hoops to do it, they're just not going to do it. That's why I used to have Deggy was super private back in the day, and you had to talk to someone, know someone, all these hoops and stuff. And then I made it public, and now it's seems to be like a lot more active, and I'm not as needed anymore, and that's kind of cool because now it sort of runs itself. Like, I don't sign into Deggy for 2 or 3 days, it doesn't just disappear. You know, I'll come back, there'll be more than I can even handle reading, because it's kind of, once you give power to the people, they'll take that power and they feel like they're part of something and they'll make something happen. So I think a little centralization would do you some good.
Yeah,
my wife's a big fan of feng shui. She'd tell you the same thing.
Well, we could always change it and open it up a little bit more and let people join. I'm pretty limited on my settings for that, but I can still keep more, you know, I can get my solid friends on that board and just push the issue, because I usually use Yahoo for one thing, articles, but then like sometimes, you know, when they don't start participating, I just blow up because I'm just like, man, it's like you people never post, never comment, never participate, you know, and you know me, man, I love to throw parties and everything, so.
You could do that article thing, though. You could totally do that article thing, whereas you could make a forum on, you know, like a section on your forum called articles, you know, and then you could just post your articles on the forum, and then people wouldn't feel like it was, like if they wanted to read it, they could go to the forum and go to your article of the day, call your article of the day, and then, you know, and post it as a thread, and then people could go to that. I really think it would open things up a little bit more. I think that if you just centralized everything and you left everything on one central forum, you had like here's Rick's articles for the day, here's, you know, paranormal talk, here's, you know, a cryptozoology talk. Basically you have the forum as it is now, but added, you know, maybe like here's your articles, and then you just post a thread every day with your articles. You know, here's your Lord Rick newsletter for the day. And if people choose to read, they choose to read. They don't, they don't. But you know what? You're not kind of making this multiple send out to people every single day. You know, they don't feel overwhelmed. If today they don't want to read something paranormal, they don't have to delete 5 emails from the email box. If they want to read it, they go to your site, they read it. If they don't want to read it, they don't go. And the beauty of that is you can see exactly how many people really are reading it, because the thread will tell you how many views you've had. So you can actually kind of get a grip as, you know, are people even reading this? Am I wasting my time? Should I go in another direction? It'll give you better stats than if you don't know if people are reading those sends. You have no idea. You just send them out. You don't know who the hell is reading them. But at least if you put it like as a thread on a forum, at least if you put a thread on a forum, you can go and say, oh, there's 6 views today. So at least 6 people read it, you know? So food for thought. Food for thought. I'm sure there's just bigger problems. I know there's bigger problems in Jackson right now, and they're not including your forum. But when you finally get back online, definitely food for thought. Because like I said, today. Yeah, like I said, I went to UE Paradise, and I was like, wow, it just sucks. He puts all this work into all these forums, and then they just fucking die, you know? At least, you know, if you just had one forum, I think it would have more of a chance of thriving, because it seems like you really want that. Like, you come to Deggy, I kind of feel like you want something living like that off of your site, and I think you'd have a better chance of that if you sort of closed up some doors and forced everyone to just sort of centralize on one forum. And, like I said, opened it up and let anybody join. You know, if you get a couple people you trust as moderators, you know, people can only screw around so much. You know, like I get losers on my forum all the time. Everybody, you know, oh, I hate Mike Digital. They come on my forum, they post stupid crap, call me a loser, jerk, whatever they want to call me. Yeah, you know, and I get I get a team of moderators. They'll get rid of that crap and it'll be over. You know, and I can see where, like, you know, after the couple of years of garbage you went through with UER, but I think all that UER crap's done. I think that they're done with you, and I think that even like Odd, I think after last week, you know, I don't think, you know, I mean, it loses its fun picking on you after a while. I mean, you can only pick on Lord Rick so much before, you know, what are you going to do? I mean, how much more can you pick on this guy before it's not funny anymore? You know, so I think a lot of these people that were just using you as their basic humor scapegoat, I mean, you know, they've all moved on to other people. And I think it's time that you can, you know, maybe let your guard down a little bit and kind of embrace the new, because you do kind of have a new audience now, you know. I mean, you're known on Deggy. I mean, there's still people on Deggy that are like, oh, Lord Rick's an asshole. But, I mean, there's a lot of people on Deggy, too, who are like, Lord Rick's cool, and, you know, listen to his show, and, you know, he's, you know, talks a good talk and stuff. So you get a new little audience, you know, kind of brewing, and, you know, things are looking good. I think you're past, and I really think last week's show was kind of kind of needed to happen. Unfortunately, it cost you $500, but I think, you know, like even EAJ Man was in, you know, he's still in the room now. I mean, you know, he's had all night if he really wanted to be a jerk. He could have called at any point in time. Millie could have called and been, you know, a jerk to you, but I think everyone's cool. I think the situation's a little different now. I think, at least I hope, you know. So we'll see what
I'd like to think it's different, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm in California too, so I think the future's good. I think California is going to be good to me too. It's expensive and all that stuff, but when I start going to all these places and putting them on the sites and pictures and stuff, I'll get to share my work with others. Because there's not a lot of stuff going on out here in California. There's not a lot of urban exploring. There's not a lot of paranormal groups. You don't see a lot of pictures from all these abandoned places in Jackson, and I know where they are. I've been to at least 10 places since I've been down here. So all I got to do is just log them, photograph them, and I like sharing it with everybody. It's not, you know, a lot of people used to think it was for fame and fortune. It's like not quite. It's more for, well, you know, being able to share what I'm doing with others, you know?
Well, you know, you got to understand is your first step onto the whole scene was you went on to Av's little playground asking for money. And, you know, that's just bad seen as is. The thing is, like, you were kind of new to UER, and I had been on there for a couple of years, so I kind of knew the politics. And one of the big sore spots up in years before you ever came on the scene up there was there was like a big stigma with Av asking for money. You know, there was people that would pay him religiously, but then there was people like me who would point out, like, why are you paying this fucking clown? You know, like, I pay $20 a month for my web hosting. I can pay for that with loose change in my couch. You don't have to give me donations. So a lot of people got mad at that, and then, you know, you come out onto the scene and you were asking for money, so people kind of viewed you like, you know, who the F is this guy? You know, he's asking for money too. Everyone's asking for money. So, you know, and you know, like some of those people, you know, the thing is like this. If you had come out to UER and UER was a forum full of people that had never urbexed, and you were like, listen, give me $15, I'll show you some great pictures, or give me $15, I'll take you. But you kind of got onto a forum where everyone could have, like, a lot of those people, like those catacombs, yeah, like, they're cool and all, but a lot of people there could have gone on their own, too. So it was just one of those things, like, whoever told you to go to UER and ask for donations effed you, and they knew they were effing you. I don't know who it was that told you to do that, but they full well knew what shitstorm was going to brew. And it was very bad advice, because, like, when you look, hindsight is always going to be 20/20, and when you look back on it and you're like, wow, that probably wasn't the smartest move. But you know what? In your defense, I think they went way over the fucking top with how they harassed you after it. Like, granted, the initial coming out there asking for money might have been a mistake, but you know what, dude? I've been on UER for years, and there have been people that have done colossally bigger like faux pas on the forum than you did, and got much less of a beat down. I mean, seriously, there was people on there that just wouldn't stop, and it just got to be like, like I said, the whole reason I got interested in listening and even paying attention to you was the fact that UER was like so. And I was banned off UER. I couldn't even, like, post, and I still knew, like, I was like, wow, this is, like, the biggest threat of the decade, the Lord Rick threat. Who is this guy? And what those guys don't realize is, seriously, you'd have just faded back, like, into your clan of, like, paranormal stuff. You would have never crossed over the Urbexers if UER didn't make such a big deal, and then Odd coming in and make it, I mean, like, you know? Like, dude, seriously, I would have never known who the F you were if you didn't get on UER and that whole shitstorm. I would have had a clue. The people on Deggy, nobody. But you know what? Like I said, everyone had their fun. You pulled out of it. We all pulled out of it. I think the joke's over. And you know, even the AJ man said he was going to behave, and he did. I give him a lot of respect for that, because, like I said, last week was just, dude, seriously, knowing that you paid $500 in the phone bill is crazy. You should bitch at those people at the phone company. That's insane. I'd be like, yo, my phone's at 7 o'clock. I don't know what you people are talking about.
Well, yeah, I'm going to try to save it, but if not, I'm going to get a different phone. They have in Sacramento, Metro PCS, and it's like unlimited long distance and local calling at a certain price. And they don't have Metro PCS up here. You can't really get it in Jackson. So I'm waiting, and I'll probably ditch this plan after the phone bill. But see, the thing is, the way I work things is, is because I'm a father of 3 kids, and I like to travel out of state. I like to go places, but the only way I ever afford out-of-state trips is when people, give me a little here and there, and I'll put it on a plane ticket. Like that trip to the Pine Barrens was paid for. I had 4 people, it was 4 or 6 members on my list, and one that wasn't on my list that funded that trip for me. And I used it, and I bought equipment for all the guys to use, a lot, brand new equipment, really. And then I also had enough left over to get a plane ticket round trip. And plus, we had a rental truck. And
yeah, it's different like that when you get people from your list. Yeah, but it's different like that when you people from your list, they're coming to you, but like you going on UER like that was definitely like whoever gave you that advice was bad advice, and you should let them know that was bad fucking advice. And to your credit, how could you have known if you'd never been to UER? Like you had to be kind of. That's a weird thing going on up there. That whole UER thing. It's like very cultish. If you really look at the overall makeup of how it all works, it's like you got this dude, and everyone religiously gives him money, even though like they don't have to. Like there's no need for this.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, this guy, he owns his own server now. I don't even, and I think he's friends with the people that house his server. And his server was paid for, but like, let me tell you something, Rick. I've been running a website now since 2001. I have never once ever asked anyone for a damn penny to run, and I've been running. I had a forum like UER back in 01 before UER came out in 02 or 03. I forget, but I had a forum back then. I didn't ask for donations. Dude, I pay $20 a month to run my site, my wife's site, Deggy5. My site being digital photography, Deggy5. My wife's site, my wife's mother's site for her business. 2 other sites. I mean, I run this all off of one silly plan. I don't understand how Av can every month ask people for $120 to run his website, that he owns everything. It's not like I rent my stuff from Yahoo, and he owns his own server. And you know what's funny is like there's a million threads about how you shouldn't pay this guy, and people still pay him every month. I'll never. They fight like little lemmings to be on the top donator list and get the little donation star. I donated money to him. I got sucked into it for a while,
Well, yeah, that's how it was there too. Well, when I joined up, I was liking the idea that they had abandoned places, because who doesn't like abandoned places? I mean, you got to be crazy if you don't look at a site at the abandonments. It's intriguing, but back then, asking for funding was probably not the best thing on his board, considering how much he pulled in. At the time, it was a way for me to take these guys out for the entire weekend, and I had about 5 or 6 places I was going to take them, but I had to make sure that I could get there to take them. And back then it was a wrong way of going about it, I guess, because most of the crowd over there is much younger, and a lot of them just don't understand what I'm really trying to do is a good thing.
You know what though? That worked out in your favor. In the end, that worked. Like I said, you wouldn't even have this radio show. Like they laugh and they make their thread and they pound it on you and pound it on you and pound it on you. But seriously, there's so many people now who know who you are that wouldn't have known who you were if they didn't do that. So I guess in the end, it all worked out, right? It was like one of the craziest publicity stunts that was never meant to be that worked out, right?
Exactly.
I mean, I made my name off that board. I mean, I totally made my name off that board. No one, back in 04, it was unheard of to take things from a place and sell them. And I was walking through Danvers one day, and I saw paperwork on the floor, and just letterheads. They had fucking shoe prints on them. And I took these things, and I sold them on eBay. And I wasn't selling them for like $50,000. I was selling them for $2. I wasn't making squat. And there was this clown on UER. I don't know. I forget who it was, but somebody tipped off Av that I was selling these things on eBay. And Av went and ran and made this thread on UER about how I'm the devil because I steal things, and I fence them on eBay, as he puts it. And, like, literally, Rick, the thread got so out of control that this dude, Big Papa Mikey, called, like, the state agency that watches over the abandoned buildings, and like he looked up all my personal info and gave. I literally had this state agency called DCAM, Department of Capital Asset Management, DCAM. I literally had this deputy director, Ken Tilden, call me because of this. Like they direct him to all that. That's what the kind of form this is. Okay, I literally was making $10 off of trash I found. If I wasn't selling patient records or valuable antiques or anything, I literally was picking up dirty, gross, mold-encrusted letterheads off the floor and selling them for $2 a piece and probably making $10 a week. And I wasn't even advertising on US. Someone had just had come across my auction and tipped off Av. And I tell you what, Av thought that was going to be the end of me. I was going to get arrested because he hated me. And I tell you what, that right there is the reason there's a Deggy 5, the reason the Great Race has run for 5 years now, the reason I'm in 5 books, a movie, I've done radio interviews, Discovery's contacted me, all because Av wanted to screw me one day over stuff I was selling on eBay. So, you know what, they think they're so smart over there, but they're not. They make stars out of the people they hate by their stupid little threads. And you know what, I let them do it. Because, you know what, I have a very great spot in the urban exploration community, and I'm very happy with it. And I wouldn't have it if it wasn't for controversial things like the eBay scandal of '04 with Mike Digital, you know. So let them make fun of you, dude. Yeah. You know, let them. They have a huge audience. And,
if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be where I am today.
No, and that's what I tell people. I say, if it wasn't for them trying to screw me over, I said they did more positive things because a lot of people got behind me because. When you go out there and you do something like you go, look, I'm going on an adventure, I need a few bucks to get up there. And for every 3 people that are out there going, oh, you're a piece of shit, redneck loser, there's 3 other people who are like, I'm poor, too. Like I do the same thing. I can follow behind that guy. Like when they busted me, they tried to bust me for selling crap on eBay, there was like other people that were doing the same thing. And they were like, well, you know what?
Yeah.
This dude's cool. He's doing the same thing, so I'll go check out what he's doing. And that's what happened with you. There was other people who believed in the paranormal, and they, thought you were getting a raw deal. And, like I said, for every person like Odd Emperor who was trying to make a name for himself out of you, there were other people who identified. Like I said, I was like, here's this dude, he smokes, he's like, he's a little girl crazy, typical Gemini, he's got his fingers in 50,000 pies. I'm like, he's just like me. I like him. I'll see what he's about. Bango,
Yeah.
Look what happened there. But that all happened from UER, man. And that wouldn't have, like I said, there would have been no interest in any of this. Like Duffy, Duffy's another dude. He would have never known who the hell you were, if it wasn't for UER.
Yeah.
It's like, even stuff like the Hot Sauce, spoof site and all that. Like all that stuff, dude, helps build this legend. And just let them do it. I see the Dramatica page, dude. Seriously, as much as the Dramatica page is meant to be some colossal rip on you, it's probably one of the best articles on the Dramatica page. Like Dramatica makes fun of tons of people. And, and a lot of the articles are kind of crappy in the fact that somebody put that much effort into making your article, like, one of the most, whoever did it research the living shit out of you. And, they make fun of other people all the time on that, and they don't do half, like I said, if someone's going to make fun of you, at least they're putting tons of effort into it, so you got to be worth, something, All these people, like I said, the last show, I said, everyone's making fun of Rick, and they're saying he's worthless, but you're all spending time on him, so you can't be that,
Yeah.
If he's such a nobody, why is everyone putting so much effort into making fun of this guy? If he's
a lot of energy, man.
Like I said, hey, what I'm saying? Ask Charlie Manson. There's no such thing as bad publicity.
Well, any publicity at this point is good, considering what I do. It's starting to come together for California. I am getting a good Californian crowd around me, so I've had a few people ask if they can go out with me, and it's the thing is right now
things will be better.
Oh yeah. I'll be going out probably every couple of weeks because of the gas prices, but I will go out, definitely.
Yeah, but it'll be different. You'll be able, like I said, your forums right now are ghost towns because you only get an hour at the library, so you can't really do anything on that. The radio shows you have that, but you don't have a whole lot of control over it, and you can't you know what I'm saying? Like, everything's kind of running on 2 cylinders right now. So once you get settled and you get everything back to normal and stuff, and you know, you get really, internet is going to be key, and more than 2 hours a day is going to be absolutely key, and oh yeah, pretty much. That's going to be key.
Yeah, I need
getting settled
4
too.
hours a day.
You know, and being able to get like back into your groove and stuff, and not have to worry about your kids and your cats and everything else that's going on, and you know, and any other. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that'll be fun again, having meetups. So, I mean, like I said, you know,
I look forward to that.
Yeah, it's all a matter of time.
I will start
you know, like
a trip,
I said,
man. I will start I will get a trip going out to Boston eventually, because I do like to travel. But I'm starting to hear that the airlines want to charge almost double because of the fuel prices too. So it's like the way this country is beginning to get. It's just a lot less people, or I should say less, are going to be exploring than more because of that. So what I got to do is take a group in California that's going to pitch in on traveling around the state, and I'll be able to do all these places.
Well, once you get some decent people together, you know, once you get some decent people together, people will want to. I mean, you know, like, for the longest time, you know, I was alone with a car, so, you know, it was bang. I was driving everybody everywhere. Once you get some decent people together, people start throwing in money and you know, you get your trips together and whatnot. But, you know, like I said, right now the tough thing is just, you know, you can't really research much. You're trying to take care of your family. You're walking all over God's green earth. I mean, that's just going to suck. So at least you got the car back and running. That's going to be fantastic. You must have been so happy to pull that car out of the parking lot.
Oh man, I was celebrating as I drove that car, because you know it's been stuck for over 3 weeks, and of course a lot of these people are not very good liars in California. They're terrible. And the one guy says, "Yeah, I ordered the part." You know, I kept calling, and he kept lying to me. It's just the way people are down here. They're terrible liars, but they do it. But I've also met a lot of cool people down here in California, and they want to come to parties. They're 420 friendly. Some of them want to learn what it is that I do. I met Jesse. He's out in Sacramento. I met him off MySpace, and he's all for going in tunnels and buildings and stuff. You know, I mean, more and more people are coming together. But if I only get 2 hours of the library, I can't advertise. I can't post. I can't do any publicity for Californians to get together, like events and stuff. So when I get my place settled and stuff, eventually I'll plan a trip out towards you, and because I want to see some places out by you anyways, and I would definitely like to meet in the future, because it's very important for me to meet certain individuals. You know, Duff is someone I want to meet. You're someone I want to meet. You know, and there's a few other people from my list I'd love to meet who've donated. One girl donates every 3 months. One girl donates every 6 months. Those are people I want to meet someday too, you know. And of course, if they get to go on an exploration or a paranormal investigation or whatever, that's great. That's just something I get to share with them. So
yeah, there's a lot of stuff out here too, you know. Yeah, I mean, there's tons. I mean, I live right next to Salem, so you know, Salem in itself, that's just like hello. And what's actually funny is a lot of the witchcraft stuff happened in Danvers. And you know, if you come from out of town, you go, like everyone instinctively goes to Salem. But it's funny what they call Gallows Hill in Salem. The witches weren't even hung there, so it's like a big farce. Everyone comes to Salem thinking it's this big witch thing, but it's not. All the witchcraft stuff happened in Danvers, and you have to really, like you're always saying, like you got to kind of know the locals. They always, you know, they know the best shit, and it's the truth. A lot of people don't even realize that the hill that Danvers State Hospital sits on is the actual hill that the witches were hung, not Gallows Hill in Salem. It was the Hawthorne Hill, because Judge Hawthorne sentenced the witches, and that was the hill that he resided at, and that's where they hung the witches. And even if you read the stories, Rebecca Nurse, who was one of the most famous witches hung, her body was stolen from the gallows by her family during the night and floated down a river to the Rebecca Nurse farmstead where her body was buried, and they've never found the body on the property. And if you look, I mean, all you have to do is go to Danvers State, and there's a river that runs down the bottom of the hill, and follow the river takes you to the Rebecca Nurse home. There is no river in Salem at Gallows Hill that takes you to the Rebecca Nurse home. There's not even a river remotely close. So it's a big farce. And the basement where Tituba told the stories of witchcraft to the girls is in Danvers, less than a quarter mile from Danvers State Hospital. The church that the Reverend, who's the father of the girls that learned the witchcraft, is half a block away. Like, it all happened within a quarter mile of where it is. And it's so funny that, like, Salem's the witch city. Salem is, well, what a lot of people don't realize is Danvers was known as Salem Village before it was known as Danvers. So it's pretty funny. So yeah, if you ever come out this way, I'll show you all the good witchcraft stuff. You'll get a good kick out of it. Maybe you can pick up some energies or something.
Well,
but yeah, as a matter of fact, they even said that there was a building at Danvers State called the Gray Gables, which was a real like nice-looking doctor's house, and they said the door knocker that was on the Gray Gables building was actually the original door knocker from Judge Hawthorne's door when his house was on the hill at Danvers State Hospital. So yeah, like I said, it's it's one of those things. It's one of those things where if you actually know the people in town, they'll take you to the real places. But if you just show up out of nowhere and you start going to Salem, they'll take you to that bunk witch museum and the witch this and the witch that. And it's like none of this stuff happened in Salem. None of the witchcraft.
Yeah, you got to
hear
Salem locals.
Absolutely. In present-day Salem, none of the witchcraft happened. All the witchcraft stuff happened in Danvers, Massachusetts. And people get so... Everyone just goes to the tourist trap. And every year it's like a big Mardi Gras. You'd actually like it in Salem. And the Halloween, they have a massive... it's like Mardi Gras, but it's like a Halloween Mardi Gras in Salem every year. It's absolutely chaotic. They shut down all the streets. And, yeah, it's like wall-to-wall people. Right where all the bars are, too, so it's quite a colorful crowd.
So. Yeah, it sounds well worthwhile. I'd like to do something and come up there eventually. Like I told some people are asking me, come here, come there, and it's like, well, I will try to plan trips when I get settled. Once I'm settled, it's a whole different ballgame. But right now,
you get bigger fish to fry.
I mean, right now it's like I haven't had a place. I stayed a couple nights at a hotel here, stayed 3 days in the woods here, and that's how it's been for 3 months. I've been on the run around, driving, and now I was out without a car for a month, so I was hiking it and busing it everywhere. Hell, I rode a bus 15 miles the other day to go use the computer. It's like, that's not cool,
crazy.
Man.
Yeah,
it is 15 miles.
But at least, like I said,
now,
reading your blog, it sounds like you get things under control. I mean, when you leave for Sacramento, when's all that happen?
Tomorrow morning, I got a call at 9 a.m. to be entered into a hotel program. You get 1 week of free meals in a hotel, and during that week, I got a transitional housing program, and you have to, of course, comply and fill out the paperwork. Then you come in for a second interview, and then after the second interview, you move on in the house. And then it's like you'll live with 1 or 2 other families, I think. And then after that, they'll either put you in a house weeks later, or while you're staying there, you can look for housing, apartments and stuff, and get into something. So, because they'll allow you to save your money. It's not bad.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's the one thing. California is good like that. Every county has their own little homeless programs, like where they try to you get in, and then 2 months later you're in a house. And the thing is that this program I'm going to be doing, whether it's not so much the hotel because I'm free to go and come, but when I get in this transitional housing program, I'll be limited. I can't have guests. I can't be out past 10. I can't be doing anything, too crazy. But then, like, once, I stay there a month or two, I can get into a place. I got my stimulus check actually coming, and, of course, Christy's got her unemployment coming, possibly, and that's backed up from 2 months, 3 months worth. So if she gets it, that'll be like...
so that'll be a big fat check.
$2,000, $3,000. I have like $5,000, so I can get in a house. Sacramento is pretty cheap to live, depending on what side of town you're on, but one side of town is very cheap compared to Jackson. In Jackson, you get a 2-bedroom house for $1,200, $1,300 a month, and it's only got like 700 square feet. It's like... And, of course, Florida was mediocre and New York was just off the hook. in New York, you could get a 3-bedroom house back when I left for like under 500, 3-4-bedroom home, because they're all historical old homes. But see, Jackson, you're paying you're paying for convenience in Jackson. You got a casino 3 miles up the road. It's huge. I mean, it's thousands of machines. And then of course you got Lake Tahoe, an hour and 20 minutes away, and you got Kirkwood Ski Resort, which is really famous. And that's what you're paying for, because you're up in the foothills, and the peaks are snow-capped in the winter, and that's pretty much it. But in Sacramento, it's a big city, a lot of houses available, a lot of housing programs, a lot of cheaper rents. It's city life, so there's you got your gangs in certain parts of the city, but people are cool out there. You're more likely to meet another paranormal investigator there than you would in Jackson, and all you're going to meet in Jackson is a bearded lady. I mean, there is a bearded lady. I know.
That's some crazy
stuff. There's a crackhead too that walks around with a cane, and she says, "I'll take you home and fuck you." And now she's homeless a month later, and that lady chases me around too, wanting crack. I'm like, I don't got no crack, lady.
Just tell her crack is whack.
Yeah, well, they got miserable
listen, Ricker, it's getting pretty late over on the East Coast, brah. So I'm gonna have to call it quits for the evening. But yeah, I figured I'd call in tonight. I figured it's probably gonna be the last time we hear from you on the radio for another couple weeks anyway. So I was
another couple
hoping
weeks.
to jump in for a little bit. I was screwing around with soundboards earlier. That was me, in case you were wondering. But it didn't work out. I wasn't just. You know what the problem is like this, right? The soundboard thing would work, but the delay is so ridiculous that all it does is talk over you. And I can't get it right, so I'm trying to do like a Fred Norrisy sort of thing where it's like funny, but I give up on the soundboards. It's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. It works.
I want to put the music back in.
The music will be good. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I had a theme song I was going to play when I jumped on, but I don't know what the hell I did with it. I lost it in my thing today, but. Yeah, like I said, I've been trying to do some new things to try and compensate, but I quit the soundboard thing. That's just not going to work. It's just too much of a delay. It doesn't work. Fuck.
I'll do it when
sometimes
I get my computer back.
Yeah, you know what
sometimes
sometimes
my computer back?
It's Cleo has a laugh. She laughs like Robin, and it doesn't matter when that jumps in. But anytime I try to do something funny, like take a call with Brandon D. Camillo or something, it just doesn't work. I just gave up today. I'm like, fuck it, I'll just call in. I can be funnier that way than with the soundboard.
I'll have your theme music up when I get the show running full force, and what I'll do is I'll put theme music in the beginning and end and on breaks and stuff like that, and then I'll administer you with some controls, and that way it's run really good, or, tight, where you don't get people calling up being fucking morons.
Back in the day, you said you like to... Yeah, well, back in the day, you said you like to just walk away, and it's probably a lot easier for me to run the chat room and you just talk, And before it was a little rough because people would call in and then you wouldn't even know they were calling in. Put it this way: when you get yourself back set up, you need to set the phone thing up that somebody actually has to answer the phone, so people just can't call in and just be assholes. Because, like I said, I feel last week was good. It also got very chaotic, and it was I didn't think you should hang up on everybody, but it was just tough with 5 people screaming at you at the same time. I think Odd was yelling, EAJ Man was online, and Millie. Was all online, and then I was trying, because they were just pounding on you, and I didn't, at first I didn't want to get on the radio, so I just tried to, confuse everybody with soundboards, and that didn't work. So that's when I finally got on. I was like, enough's enough, I'm bitching everybody out, leave her alone. And then, but it would have been easier if maybe we could have cut off, Odd and Millie and let EAJ Man talk a little bit, and then, go back, because you can mute people. And that would have helped out a lot when they're all pounding on you. You can mute this, because like I said, I feel that everybody should have a say, and I don't think anyone should have been hung up on. But with all Millie was talking over Jay, Odd was talking over Millie, and you were talking over Jay, and everyone. It was just crazy. It was no semblance, and that's basically. And I wasn't helping anything with the fucking soundboards, but that can all be rectified with a little. With like at least you can take one caller at a time, rather than just have open mic and just anyone call, and then it gets wicked bad and confusing. At least this way, like I could try and get your attention. Someone's online, blah blah blah. I can tell the person in chat, I'll let you through in a second. It'll be a little more professional. The last two shows have been just like zoos, complete. Actually, I think there was another one where I forget which one it was, but I think something was screwed up. They changed the controls on you, and you couldn't figure out how to pick up calls. So you just left the line open, and like people were just calling like "fuck you, Rick," like you need to end that crap. Although it's funny sometimes, it's always good. Like I said, the last week's show had its moments of hilarity.
Yeah,
I tell you, but it also, but it got to the point where like it was like, please stop. It can't go on much longer.
I hear you, man.
Oh.
Last week was pretty dramatic,
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. It was like seriously, there was like one point like seriously like 4 people were just yelling at you, and like I couldn't even hear what anyone was saying. Everyone was just screaming and screaming and screaming.
Yeah,
I'm like,
screaming.
And then you were
pulled the phone away.
And what doesn't help is the delay echo on the show. It's so tough. Like I said, I couldn't even do funny things with soundboards. That's why I just gave up today, because it's like you can't get it right. I was like, I'd have to hear something and then count to 3 and then try and do it right, and it just didn't work. So. Like I was saying earlier, the technology is just not what it should be at.
No, they're still upgrading and still adding new features and changing their site and everything else. I'm hoping to get one of the top shows on their site, but they have another site like Now Live that does it, and eventually, I'm sure the show is going to be taken up a higher level than Now Live. It may have to run another 2 years.
No, you know what you can do, and you should look into it, is my friend Chicky. I originally referred you. Remember when I first told you should do a show, and I referred you to that lady, Chicky? She does she does Shoutcast on Winamp, and it's a much broader audience, and it's not like Now Live where you have all these gay terms of service. It's different. You can do whatever you want. I mean, I think you're kind of limited. I mean, she's really paranoid about playing copyrighted music. Like, she'll only play original artists, and they can't be cover songs either. So I don't know if the Shoutcast, but you know what? I listen to Shoutcast stations all the time, and they play real music. Like, I listen to Brick House all the time on Shoutcast, and they play real bands, real metal bands and stuff. So I don't know what her problem is. But if you ever get sick of it, I mean, I like this service because it has the chat room and stuff. But what she does has a chat room too. So I think it's something you should look into. I think it's pretty easy to do, and you can basically run. You won't even have to call in. I think you just run the show off your microphone, like a real studio in your house. I don't even think she uses like this phone thing that Now Live. So it actually cuts down on the whole time delay difference thing, because I've called her up before on her show, and it was nothing like it is on this Now Live. Because I think Now Live you have to call like across the country, and then it relays you back. Whereas Shoutcast, you're basically directly streaming straight from your computer. And Shoutcast wouldn't be a bad thing too, because I mean, literally, we'll be honest. When you're running your show, like right now, you got like 3 listeners, but like when you were like at your height tonight, you had like 12 people, and the most I've seen on is 15. So I think a single broadband connection would handle that. I don't know. We'll have to have someone figure it out. I asked Chicky, but every time I ask her, she never wants to tell me. It's her little secret.
When we did the Adrian Curry show, I think I got up to 46 real quick, or in the chat room, or 36. Some of them
I was off the hook.
Live, they don't get a lot.
That was fun.
If I can get the show to be sponsored by Now Live in one of their top slots, I could probably get up to 300 live listeners. But I think what I'd like to do is archive the shows and eventually, put them on disc and let people have an opportunity to have them for their own.
Like I said, when you get settled in, I'll send you a disc, because I have every one of these shows archived since the very first voicemail known as rickaddress1.wmv. I seriously have like the very I have everything ever archived and logged in, and so we can always put all that stuff together as some sort of a package. But yeah, what's funny too about that whole Adrian Curry disaster is like you go to YouTube and I check out your videos every now and again. I hit like most views and stuff, and some of those views are like 47, 52, whatever. And then like seriously, you get to that one Adrian Curry show and it's like 38,000 people have like, oh no, it's at 3,800. 3,800. Yeah, it's so random. Like all your shows are like 100 views. I don't think they peak like 100. I think one or two peaks like 200 or 300. But then you get to that one Adrian Curry show and it's like 3,800 views. And like and what's random is it, and when you listen to it, it's just you and Millie talking. It's not even like anything about Adrian Curry. I think I listed her as a keyword on there, and people probably hit it, but I listed her as the same keyword on all those videos. And for some reason, like the Adrian Curry show number 13 has like 3,000 plus views. I'll never understand it, but whatever, I'll take it.
Well, I'll take it any day too. I think what it is that they hear her name, so they got to check it out. But they're probably wondering because they don't realize she was in my chat room. And she kept kicking me off. I didn't know what was happening. I kept calling in. She kicked me off. And then she kind of apologized near the end and left. But I think she was just jealous because the show was really doing well, And
yeah, I didn't believe it was her, to be honest with you. I didn't believe it was her, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I guess she's got her two own shows on there. Anything for publicity, and that's what it is. She wants publicity. She'll go on and do what she's got to do. I don't know why she messed with my show.
Well, you know why she messed with your show? Because you were the highest rated show. This is my guess that she was probably like chilling at the house. She had just got her Now Live contract. She probably logged on, was screwing around, and because she was new to it, she was probably trying to familiarize herself with it a little bit. And she probably got on the front page. I'm pretty sure you were the top show that night. You were the top one or two shows. And she probably just clicked on it because you were on the top of the list. And then, all hell. But you know what? The thing is, she jumped in when all hell was breaking loose. I think, I don't know who the hell was loading up all that porn, but you were like losing your cool. And I think that she didn't even know what was going on. Like, I don't think she tried to do anything malicious. I think that she was just like some like bubblehead model just trying to like figure out a new technology. She had no idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, she probably had no idea what she was doing. She didn't know who you were. She didn't know anything. She was just like, I'm going to ban everybody, and just went on a spree. Because she really seemed like she didn't know what she was doing. She had no idea how to work the controls or nothing. She was just like, what do I do? What do I do? I was
like, I'm not sending the porn, man. She thought I was sending the porn.
Yeah,
like,
she thought you were sending. Well, you know what? Someone was spoofing your name. Someone was spoofing your name for the porn, so she probably just assumed, whatever. Like I said, it's just, it's a drop in the bucket of the publicity wagon. Any little bit helps, even from her. Whatever.
I still get, I still get emails, man. I still get all kinds of emails daily, and I'm not even at the computer. So it's like I know my name's out there. So that's all that matters. Yeah, well, and they'll know me in California, just like Florida, and New York, So,
well, put it to you this way, you got an original thing going. Like I said, I watched Taps the other night, and they bored me. Like I said, their evidence is great and all, but like those two guys as people, as humans, their personalities didn't do me a whole lot. I watched the thing on the History Channel. I was meh on that, and it was just some other ghost TV show. I can't think, Most Haunted or something, and that was meh. Like I said, I'm kind of a rock and roller, punk rock sort of dude, so I kind of enjoy that stuff. I watch, like a lot of History Channel, Tougher in Alaska, and I want to see a dude like, I don't know, I'm sure you've been away from TV for a while, but they get this guy Geo Beach, and he's like really rough, and he's kind of, he's not like your typical show host. And I like to see that. I don't want to see some, jack off in a suit, introducing, this. I watched that Taps thing. I'm like, I can't believe these two jackoffs are saying, you know, not just because I do this and, you know, I should be biased, but, I mean, I literally watched it and never had watched it before, and I sat down, I
so
didn't
the
know
one guy's like, hey, you're my bitch, right?
Yeah, it was really, like I said, the skinny guy fell off a chair, right, and, like, he didn't even hit the floor that hard, and he's like, screaming, holding his ankle, and the big guy runs over to his aid, and like the rest of the show, the little skinny guy's bitching about his ankle and how he's such a trooper because he's going to climb. Like they were going to the attic, and the fat guy's like, don't go in there, you hurt your ankle. He's like, I'm going to go in there, you know, it's nothing. They're trying to act like Rambo, and it's like, you know, dude, I've cut myself that I needed 27 stitches at a state hospital and kept going all night long and didn't cry about it. I had duct tape in my backpack and duct taped my arm up and just kept going. Yeah, I'm at work. You know, I do tile work. I'm cutting myself wide open with a razor. You know,
do you
tape myself up with blue tape.
You think Taps would last on my team?
No, you know what? First off, they wouldn't be impressed with you, and I don't think you'd be impressed with them. I think it would be one of those things. They'd be like, you both walk away from each other when your backs are turned to each other. You both go jackass under your breath. I just, you know, like they're very pretentious. They're very pretentious, and like I said, the little skinny guy seems like he's just a big follower, and he's like, you know, there's an old cartoon I used to watch when I was a kid called Gummy Bears, and there was the bad guy, and then he had this little scraggly guy with him called Toadwart, and he was always like yes, yes. He was like the yes man, and the skinny guy seemed like the Toadwart of the crew. He's like yes, 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 anything you want, big guy, yes, yes, yes. And the big guy, he's just a jerk, man. I couldn't take him more than 5 minutes. When they went to this house and everything was rigged, and they were getting all pissed off about it, you know, and the big guy kept going. He was like, well, you know, this is still a client, and we have to still investigate. And the little skinny guy's like blowing a gasket about it. I'm like, just shut up.
Yeah.
You guys are on TV. What are you bitching about? Who cares if it's rigged or not, you know? It's just, you're there to do an investigation, now investigate, you know?
Right,
the ratings, too, are so obvious, you know? Like,
well,
the door opens.
If you don't like Taps,
no, go on.
Like a lot. Well, the whole thing is that, like, if you don't like them, let's say, for example, or someone like I don't like them, it hurts a lot of people's egos. Like, I had some guy try to post about Taps the other day because that's all they know is Taps. They don't get to know who we are. And I'm like, this is not a Taps group. I mean, we're pretty much a para-adventure group as opposed to Taps, you know. I mean, if the guy hurts his ankle, they're not going to keep pressing on. They're not going to hike 3 miles in the woods of some abandonment. They're not. We will. But there's just a lot of people who, I guess they're ignorant and they believe what they see on TV instead of experience it themselves. And you're right. I probably wouldn't click. They probably won't last very long on my team. I mean,
I think
when you're hiking, you don't.
I think honestly, really, I think your next target really should not be a UER or something that's not going to benefit you. But I think your next, you know, outcry should be against people in the communities such as Taps. Be like, you know, who are these clowns? Like I remember your $1 million challenge. You know, you should drop a challenge a little more feasible that someone will bite on, like, you know, like a Lord Rick versus Taps challenge. Put it out there. Let's see if these guys will put their money where their mouth is, you know? They claim to be like the best group around. Well, you know, see if they're willing to challenge an independent outsider like yourself, you know? Because you really got to kind of view yourself as that you're sort of like an outsider in that whole world because you don't conform to their little persona of what they feel you need to be, you know? So you kind of, but you know what? You do make a good point. Is you're a para-adventure group, and I definitely don't see you as the type of person with like 50,000 pounds of electronic equipment and all this fucking close camera stuff at someone's house. Like hiking out, like you make a good point. You know, like you're hiking out in the woods. You're not just looking for ghosts. You kind of do everything unexplained. I don't even think you're a para anything group. I think you just investigate the unexplained. I think para more lumps you with the ghost people, and you're not. You know, everyone, Lord Rick chases ghosts. you're not. You're looking for Bigfoot, skunk ape. You're looking for like you're looking for like the Loch Ness monster, aliens. You're kind of like there's other shit out there, and I know I'm gonna find something. Like typical Gemini. You're not just looking for a UFO. You're looking for the UFO who lands in Bigfoot's backyard while he's reading a book about ghosts. It's like so. Yeah. So to even compare yourself with TAPS is unfair because they're just a ghost group. They're not out looking for Sasquatch. That's why I see a show like Monster Quest on History Channel, and it's very well-rounded because, they'll do a show on the skunk ape one week, and then they'll do a show on ghosts, and then the following week they'll do UFOs, and then the following week they'll do giant hogs, and then the following week, what were they doing? They were doing the Thunderbird, and then the random these huge mountain cats out in Arizona that are the size of like African wildcats and shit. Like that's something I see you more as. All right, here, I don't think you're a parrot group. I think you're more of a abnormal, unexplained things, sort of like a sort of forensic artist of the unexplained, I guess. I don't know how. I don't know. It's like you're like a whole new genre, really, if you think about it. You're just sort of like Monster Quest is just tapping into that. They're realizing that not everybody's chasing ghosts. Your average guy that believes in ghosts believes in other things too, and you tap into that. So that works.
Absolutely.
Out well. It works out
I
in your
agree.
favor because, like I said, only so much ghost shit you can do before people are tired of it. And at least when they're tired of it, you can bounce onto something else. Oh, you don't like that? Well, here's some evidence of Sasquatch. Then let's talk about that. Or, because like, if all you did was ghost. Yeah, well, put it this way: if all you did was ghost, I wouldn't be interested. I'm not one on ghosts. But if you want to talk to me about aliens, I'll talk to you about aliens for 5 hours. I'm into that.
Yeah.
So by tapping onto all these things, like I said, I think your hardest, the roughest thing right now is just you're very scattered, and you just need to pull it all a little bit closer to home. I think that's the key. Yeah. So hopefully all your woes with all these jerk-offs are done, and you can move forward. Like I said, I really think the joke with Lord Rick is over with all these other people. And honestly, anyone that is continuing to do it, it's just like, disco's dead, techno's dead. Making fun of Lord Rick is dead. Like that wave is over. All right, haha, we all made fun of him. Everyone made fun of his tattoos and his hair and his lifestyle, and everyone, we all got a good laugh. But he's still the same dude he was 2 years ago. So we already made fun of that. So either find something new to make fun of on him, or move to the next dude and make fun of them. And I think once that wave is over and you're not spending, because the other thing too, when I listen back on your shows, like seriously, 50% of them are like you just defending yourself against these stupid groups, like you're defending yourself against UER and all those hate groups, and there's like 2 episodes on the hot sauce group, and there's the episode with Adam, and then the Road Wolf episode, and it's like every like all those old episodes are just like, and then you finally start getting on track. You had like Bill Bean. And that was cool, and then you had a couple really good shows in there, and then all of a sudden, like, these stupid, retards are back pounded on you again. It's like, for a blip of a second, everyone left you alone, and things started to take shape, and then they're all back on it, and then, you moved, and things got a little effed up out there, but I think I see good things in the future. I think, and that, not just a name drop, but I think the people of Deggy will be a giant part of that future. I hope so. They're good people. Not all of them are going to be your best friend. There's a few jerks on Deggy. I have to deal with them myself. But what are you going to do? But for the most part, there's
like my board
out there that. Yeah, but I mean, for the most part, there's people out there that actually like what you do. Like, Punk Yui, he likes what you do. I mean, Becky, she's been enjoying the show, and there's a few people. I know Big Ed, he tunes in. He's known as, I believe he's known as Dinsdale on the chat room and stuff. He tunes in a lot. Yeah, I don't think, I think, a lot of people were away this week, and so we didn't get a huge thing. And I think last week's fight, too, turned a lot of people off. But I think now that you've done kind of a normal show again and everything's back to normal, and, who knows? Maybe my wonderful presence will bring some people around.
I see some good things for everybody. I really do. Everybody should. I'm sure I'll meet some people from your forum, and I'm sure. Well, I already got a bunch of people in California who want to meet me, and they want to come on out and they want to see some of these places because a lot of them don't know how to get to these places. A lot of them don't want to go by themselves, and I know whatever it is I'm looking for and explain, I know I'll find it in California. I know I'll find it here. I've already had some strange things happen since I've been out here, so and I'm looking forward to unraveling it. And if the show gets promoted and we take it to a new level, if I got some producers and radio networks that want to pick it up and stuff, that's great too. I'll be able to promote more and more and more, so everybody will benefit really. And, I'll just take it step by step. Right now I'll try to get based in Sacramento and get out some investigations, get out some more shows, and it should all come together. And, as far as the people that keep on picking away at me, let them. It's just publicity. People hear about it
like
and
I
they
said,
contact me wanting to know more.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, you know what, seriously, you should, as stupid as it sounds, you should be so proud that your page is so, on Encyclopedia Dramatica, is so well thought out and put together. Like I said, go there and look up other people's pages, and they don't have half of what you got. So, I try to turn negatives into positives. I'm like, hey, if you're going to make fun of me, at least do it in a grand fashion. Right? Right. It's like,
exactly.
What they could... Your page could have a little fucking blurb and 2 pictures, but no, these people went out of their way. I mean, they drew maps of the Robert Carr site. They found all your links. They got pictures of girls that don't even matter anymore. I mean, like, it has to make you think that, like, somebody somewhere in a dark bedroom with nothing going on in their life is, like, giggling about all the stuff they're finding on you. And it makes you think about that person. You're like, wow, like, seriously? Like, could you imagine yourself in your house, okay, in a dark room, looking up things on Avatar X to make a web page as drawn out as Encyclopedia Dramatica's page on you about Avatar X? Could you ever fathom yourself doing that? And then you have to think about the people that are doing that. You seriously, I mean, like, dude, I hate AvX. I hate AvX more than most people online. I would never put that much time and effort into making fun of them. Like, somebody loves you. Like, somebody loves you so much. Dude, seriously, I couldn't even find half of that crap about you if somebody loves you to find all of that Lord Rick stuff. I mean, some of those things, I mean, you have to be a freaking online genius to find some of those links they found. And to know your history. I mean, seriously, somebody had to interview, like, seriously, someone had to, like, track down people that knew you, interview them. I mean, there's information there that you seriously would have to talk to, like, ex-investigators. And, I mean, like, who has that much free time to put, I'm just dumbfounded. I mean, like I said, and you know what? You got to give them credit. Some of it is humorous, some of it's a little in bad taste, but all in all, man, if someone I can't imagine just doing that much work into, like, I've tried to goof on people on web pages. I've done, before there was a Dramatica, I've made goofball web pages on people, the You're the Man Now sites and all that crap. See, I can't even think that the hours it took to build that page. Hours. I mean, like,
they're spending hours on Dramatica.
I'm telling you, that's like World of Warcraft nerd dedication. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. That's like someone that literally. I think it's your dream guy. I think it's some dude out there that, like, seriously has no life and totally gets off on the fact that they. I mean, I have a few suspicions as to who. I mean, I don't think the Dramatica page, at least your page on Dramatica, was done by one particular person. I think it's probably like 2 or 3 people doing it. My own personal suspicion, I don't know if I'm right or not, but I think that it's Roadwolf. I think that possibly GeoViolator, and I think that Odd Empire. I think those 3 people have something to do it. I'm sure maybe there's other people. I could be totally wrong on the people I named, but my opinion is I think that those guys, because I noticed a lot of things like one of the screenshots is someone getting a lot of junk mail. You know, like this is what you get if you join one of Rick's groups, and it's a .ca address, which leads me to believe UER because everything's .Canada with those people. So that's why I had a feeling that some of that is still. I think a lot of that page comes from UER or UER members or that whole UER backlash. I think that's kind of like
what I heard
UER. Yeah, well, you know what the thing is UER is really full of a lot of internet nerds. They're really like they love Wikipedia. So Dramatica being so close to Wikipedia seems like that's their MO. You know, like it was only a matter of time before that all kind of came because they're a bunch of Wikipedia nerds. They love to like update all that Wikipedia crap. I remember when I was a member there and Wikipedia first came out, they were like all addicted to Wikipedia. So I could see the Dramatica thing tying in with all that. But whatever, that's what they. Dude, I'm jealous. I don't have a Dramatica page.
Yeah,
it's not fair. I wish somebody would make a huge Dramatica page on what a scumball I was. No one does that. No one cares about me.
I think I got thousands of hits, man. Thousands. Maybe millions.
You know what the sad thing is? They link all your sites, and people go to your sites from that, and they don't understand that by doing that, yeah, sure, you know what, maybe you've made some fucking poor decisions in the past with women, and maybe they spotlight that. But they also spotlight the fact that you're a paranormal investigator. They put your pictures up there. Whether people believe they're fake or not, they're still going to hit the link to see more. They don't understand that by putting that page up there, they're doing nothing. Sure, you know what? For every 2 people they drive to your site, one of them's going to think you're a total asshole, and one of them's going to like what they see. And what they don't understand is that the person who thinks you're a total asshole doesn't matter because they're only there for the laugh for a second and they're going to leave. But the person who goes to your site and goes, wow, this guy's got some cool shit, they're going to keep coming back. They don't understand that that they're helping you more than they're hurting you. Sure, maybe a few people go to your site and go, what an asshole. But they're done. They're not someone you wanted anyway. But then there's 1 or 2 people who come across it looking to think you're an asshole, and then they're like, wow, he's got some cool pictures. I'll keep, like me, like when the whole UER thing came down, I was like, at first I was like, oh, this is great. We're going to get to laugh at this jerk, another UER jerk. All right, who, and I went to your site, and I'm like, wow, this guy's pretty decent, He's into 420. He likes to party. He likes to go adventuring. He likes to urbex. He digs ghosts. So what? He asks for some loot on UER. I hate Av. He hates Av. Common enemy, new friend. And that's just how. But you know what? That's how it works. That's how those fucking threads work. Is like you get a guy like me who went there to totally rip on you and was like, nah, he's not that bad. I'm not going to rip on him anymore. As a matter of fact, I'm going to help him. And they don't understand that. You know what? There's more people like me out there. There's like Duffy. Duffy's another one. Duffy originally came out there to fucking slash you to bits, and then Duffy got to know you and was like, wow, this guy's not too bad. I'm not going to fucking make fun of him anymore. Even when I opened up Deggy and I said I invited Lord Rick here, a lot of people were like, oh, fuck, what'd you do that for? But you know what? Over time, everyone's like, Lord Rick's part of the family now. He's a little eccentric, but you know what? He's one of our brethren in the Deggy family. And these people don't understand that, a site like Encyclopedia Dramatica, sure, you're going to get a bunch of people that are going to go to your site, rip you apart, write you a fucking email, tell you a piece of shit and leave. But you're also going to get people that are going to go there to do that, and they're going to go, you know what, Rick's he's a decent guy. Why am I even making fun of this guy? And that's how you got, that's how you got your in with Deggy. That's how you got, you get your radio show now. You get a bunch of people who support you, that's how you got Millie, for Christ's sakes, like Millie stuck up for you when these people were bashing you. She jumped out of the woodwork to stand up for you, and they don't understand that by making fun of you, sure, there's a cheap laugh involved, but you know what? They're also helping you exponentially, and they don't understand that. They all want you to go away, but they don't understand that you're not going to go away as long as they keep linking your site to everything they do.
Oh, yeah. If I got to be around the next 20 years till I'm gray and old, I'll do it.
Man, like I said,
wait,
you should thank whoever made that Dramatica site. You should thank whoever made the hot sauce site. You should thank, whoever created that big stir when your MySpace got deleted. These things keep your name fresh, and these things keep your name in everybody's head and in everybody's conversation. And if they want to keep doing it, man, let them do it. Let them call your show for a 5-hour marathon. dude, seriously, right? We're at the Great Race Judging, and we listened to the show, like last week's show. I said, you got to listen to this. It's fucking off the wall. You know, sure, it was like uncomfortable and it was like, you know, a bunch of bullshit, but it made for great radio, and they don't understand that. They're like, oh, we got Rick on the run. We're going to fucking paralyze him. We're going to douche him and stuff. But they don't understand that later on down the road, that made for great radio. It made for great, great, great radio. And, I mean, I listen to that show, and I fucking die. You say stuff to them, it cracks me up. They say stuff to you, it cracks me up. And you know, and the whole plan was to gang up on you and make you look like a piece of shit. And what they did was help you to have one of your best radio shows ever. I mean, it was off the wall. It was so exciting, like what's going to happen next. You're on the edge of your seat, like, oh, Jesus, this is out of control. And then I came in and brought the whole room down. And everybody went, boo.
That was good, man. These shows are classic. They're reality. Yeah, man.
They are reality.
Well, I guess,
but listen, it's 2 a.m. over here, and I got to go.
Yeah, it's time to chill. It's time for me to go smoke one more and hit the bed, man.
All right,
I got a sweet
listen,
here.
I'm going to hang up. I'll let you do your final soliloquy, and I'll catch you on Deggy.
Okay, man. Thanks for calling.
All right, have a good one. Stay safe. Hey, no problem, Rick. Have a good run of the show, man. Later.
All right, peace, brother. Okay, as you've just heard, that was Mike Digital from digitalphotography.com, spelled with the J. And, of course, make sure you go see what he's about and join the Daggy 5 forum. It's always nice to have everybody's opinion. I'm glad that some of you guys had tuned in the whole time tonight. I know it takes a lot to tune in and listen to me for 4 hours. But anyways, as you know, this is Farwell To Jackson. There'll never be another episode like this one. It's an original. And, of course, we'll start some new journeys up in Sacramento. And we should have everything going together soon. Any comments on our Now Live page or anything you want to know, you can also check us out at www.paranormalghostsociety.org. I know that a few episodes ago I put $1 million challenge out, or I do something that no other paranormal investigator has ever done. That challenge still stands if there's any producers out there who want to work out some kind of challenge with me or take me up on that challenge. Anyways, we got pretty busy tonight. We talked about a lot of things. We covered a lot of different ground. And, of course, I did have a few articles I was going to discuss, but you know what? I just thought I'd save them for the next show because they're really interesting, and it's probably going to be a whole nother 3-hour episode as callers call in and kind of debate those and ask questions about those theories and things like that, such as Friday the 13th in a couple weeks or the Shasta extraterrestrials. But we've had a good show. We covered a lot, and as you can see, Millie had called in, Mike Digital, and of course we have one other caller that we lost. So until next time, new journeys await. Goodbye, Jackson. Hello, never done all. Good night.
my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, ha, not fucking likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains. I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things. Gonna make a fucking name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain. I just wanna be greatness. 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 Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent, and it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots, if I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. Bad energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. Ain't no